Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back to the Maverick News channel on this November 18th, 2023. Hello, Maverick family. We made it. A new day, a new evening together. Oh, so much on the plate tonight. A full course meal and then some. Enough to satiate your appetite, I would say. We're going to give you a little taste of Donald Trump in Iowa, where he has had a very successful rally tonight. We are going to talk about fears of political violence as we approach the peak of the 2024 presidential election campaign, and we see what appears to be a rise in, well, some would say, let's just say political polarization. And yeah, there's, I would say, a rise in extremism on both sides of the political spectrum. They're kind of coming around and meeting here so that you can't even tell the difference. So we'll talk a little bit about that this evening. The United States is considering a possible tactical recovery of hostages in Gaza. But are they? That's what's being reported in the mainstream media tonight. But at the same time, they're saying nothing is off the table. So what does it really mean? It means nothing is off the table. And we don't know what they're going to do, but we'll talk about it anyway. There was a lockdown at a Scotia Plaza in Toronto because of a protest. And then there was that protest on the bridge, the Bay Bridge. That was stupid. I swear to God, a lot of the people out there protesting, maybe the vast majority, are the same stupid people that were out there for, all the other protests. And I'll tell you the stupid thing that they did. Oh, and then there's this guy. Oh, man. Yeah. Then there's this guy, our prime minister, the man that Canadians now love to hate. Politics is like that. Do you remember when he was first elected? A lot of people who hate him now voted for him the first time around and even the second time around. And how many? He's been there for what? 8 years. And that's what happens with politicians. They do have a best before date and an expiry date. And as you can clearly see, Justin Trudeau has seen better days. Oh, Justin. Can you take a hint? Well, maybe tonight if we get to the phones, you can tell the Prime Minister what's on your mind. Tell him what you're thinking. It seems that people are not shy about expressing their views on Trudeau. We're going to have some weird stuff tonight again. A little bit of weird stuff. Cultural stuff. Stuff that will make you raise your eyebrows. A little bit about Bigfoot again. Bigfoot. Yes. We're going to talk about history. History continuing, I think, not really just repeating. We'll get into it a little bit here. And then at 9 p.m., Lori's program, Strange Bedfellows, kicks in. And we have a special guest this evening. I have to make sure I get his name right. I haven't met him yet. He's an author, Bruce de Torres, author of God, School, 9/11, and JFK. He'll be, he's right up your alley, folks, because he's going to talk about lies, conspiracies, and all that jazz. Everything that he's going to talk about, I think, even though a lot of it is it's about history, obviously, with those subjects. It's all relevant today. Everything that he writes about. I have to confess, okay, he wrote a book. That book, and I bought the book, and I was going to read it, but I couldn't read it. It's like 5,000, over 5,600 pages long. So, what the hell is that? I didn't know we were going to have him on the show until yesterday, I think, or the day before. I lose track of the days because we're so busy here. I think everything just sort of blurs together. And I downloaded the book, and I thought I'll speed read this thing like I usually do before we interview somebody who's written a book. 5,600 pages. I can read pretty quickly. Even though my dog ate my reading glasses, I can still read. I squint. And I was going to get through it, but no, 5,600 pages. That was just a little too much to chew on. Who has the time to write a 5,600 page book? Well, Bruce de Torres does. So we'll find out from him what he's thinking, but it won't be just about the book. It'll be about current affairs and current politics too, I think. So that should be an interesting conversation. What else we got about this evening? We got so many things. There's so many things here to talk about. Bigfoot. Yeah, we already talked about the Bigfoot guy. We're going to talk more about Bigfoot. The auto workers. What's going on with Ford and Stellantis, UAW members in the States? Those are the main things, basically. Yeah. Israel, Hamas, of course. And that all ties into everything else that we've been talking about. So don't go away, because we got lots more right around the corner. So stick with us. We'll have more on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are Mavericks. We are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so let's just kick things off in high gear, shall we? Let's just go from first to overdrive, where with this speech in Iowa and Donald Trump. Okay, so this is not live. Just gonna let you know, but I want to pick it up just from the beginning. I'm gonna run a little bit of it, dip in, give you a little taste of it, and then we'll move on to some other stuff. But it felt a little different tonight. It felt more positive. It felt like he had more momentum. After the speech, he actually spent some time going into the crowd as well. But I don't know. He's usually he's just so on script, and it's hitting the same talking points over and over again. But this time, kicking things off, he just had more current events to refer to. And even though he's been, as usual, under a lot of pressure and a lot of attacks and facing all these legal challenges, he just seemed to have, there was a renewed sense of energy, I think, tonight in Iowa. You be the judge. Let's just watch a little bit of it, and here we go.
Thank you very much. This is really what our country is all about. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back from hell, because right now we're in hell. And a big hello to Iowa. You've been tremendous. We have all victories in Iowa, primary victories, election victories. We had them in other states also, but they didn't count them. But we had them in Iowa, and I want to just tell you, I'm really honored. This is a great turnout. This is a beautiful section. They said you broke the all-time record in this building, so that's pretty good. But I'm thrilled to be back with thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots in the heartland of America. It really is. It's incredible people. You built this country. Let me begin by wishing everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. It's happening very soon. And think of this, we're just 58 days away from Iowa's First in the Nation caucuses. And who do you think kept you first in the nation? I wonder who. I think. With not a lot of help from other people, but we kept you first in the nation. On Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses. We're going to crush crooked Joe Biden next November, and we're going to very simply make America great again. I want to thank some of our great politicians and celebrities and others. We got a lot of them in this room, but one of them, the first person to endorse me in the whole country. Forget about Iowa. He's in the whole country. Brad Zahn, your senator. Come here, Brad. He's incredible. He was the first one in the whole country. Before I announced, he said, "There's this guy in New York should run. He's going to be the one to do it." And I tend to remember those people. You know, I happen to be loyal, unlike some people, right? We happen to be loyal. So thanks very much, Brad. I appreciate it. Tim Crayenbrink. Tim, thank you very much. Where's Tim? Thank you very much. Jeff Taylor and Lynn Evans. Incredible. Thank you. Where are you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great, incredible people. State representatives, and remember this name, Bobby Kaufman, because he has got a great future. Maybe even a better future than his father. I don't know. I don't want to get into family squabbles. Maybe even better than his father, who happens to be great. Mike Sexton, Derek Wolf. Derek, thank you. Great job. Great job. Thanks, Derek. Luana Stoltenberg, who was terrific. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Luana. And National Committee woman, Tamara Scott. Tamara. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. And Webster County Sheriff, there's no crime in that county. Luke Fleener. Where's Luke? Where's Luke? There's no crime with Luke. I want to just thank everybody. It's an incredible group of people. And the people I introduced, they gave me their endorsements early and they gave them strong, and we appreciate it. And we're supposedly like 40 or 50 points up. But, you know, we won't do like in the NFL, go prevent defense. We have to keep going, right? And we're going to be back 4 or 5 times, maybe 6 times, I understand. And we'll be back before the election, which is taking place very, very soon. Your caucuses, and you are indeed first in the nation, and we're going to keep you that way. We're going to keep you that way for a long time. Today, the radical left Democrats and their allies in the fake news media, right back there, all those people with the camera, are having an absolute meltdown because last night our campaign won a gigantic court victory in Colorado. We had a very radical left judge, and the radical left judge was saying a lot of things that weren't nice. And in the end, she saw the light. She saw the light and did what was supposed to have been done. And we won, and we demolished their and defeated. You know, they had a outrageous attempt. The same people that have been suing me for like 7 years. Crew. You ever hear of Crew? Bunch of losers. Crew. They've been losing for 7 years, but they don't stop. They'll never stop. But it was an outrageous attempt at disenfranchising millions and millions of voters by getting us thrown off the ballot. And the judge in the end said, we can't do that. So, you know, they can't do that. If they did that, I think it would have been very difficult for our country. So we've now beaten the radical left Democrats' election rigging ballot qualification scam in Colorado and Michigan and Minnesota and New Hampshire and other states. And we're just on our way. It was just another idea. They talked about the 14th Amendment. You know, they came up with this concept. Maybe we can keep him up. Maybe just, what are we going to do with this guy? This guy is crazy. What are we going to do with him? They're very tired of us. You know, we won the first one and we won the second one even bigger. And we got screwed. That's what happened. We had a rigged election. Our opponents are showing every day that they hate democracy. They're trying every illegal move they can to try and steal this election because they know that in a free and fair fight against President Trump and crooked Joe Biden, Biden doesn't have a shot. He's going to be going down into his basement again. He's going to be hiding. Now, when you look at all the things that, even if you just go to some of the more modern things that we caught, like the 51 agent saying it was Russia disinformation, the laptop from hell, right? Russia disinformation, or the FBI Twitter files, or so much else. We don't even have to go into all of the ballot stuffing that is on tape from the 2,000 mules. You know, you look at 2,000 mules and you see thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands actually, of votes being stuffed into ballot boxes. They don't want to hear about that. They don't want to hear. Now, we can never forget. We can never let history go. You know, anybody that doesn't study history and take it to heart is a fool. And you have to know, because we can't let that happen again. We can't let it happen again. Under crooked Joe Biden, we have uncontrolled inflation, an invasion of our southern border, rampant crime, wars in Europe, and a war that just started in the Middle East. And look at what's going on with the attack on Israel. This world is a mess. You know, I was very honored. One of the strongest leaders, thank you. One of the, I think he said good things. One of the strongest leaders, Viktor Orban from Hungary, they asked him 2 weeks ago, they asked him, what would you tell President Biden? There's so many things going on with wars all over the world. And in his country, you have inflation and you have the border. That's the worst border probably ever anywhere in the world. I don't think there's ever been a border like that in the world. And just 3 years ago, we had the best border we ever had, the best. And now we have the worst border we've ever had, but the worst border in the world. And they asked this leader, and he's a very strong man, very strong, powerful man, one of the most respected leaders in the world. It's tough, no games, right? Hungry. And they asked him, what would you tell President Biden to do? He said, I tell him to get out of office and let Trump run the thing, because when he ran it, we had no wars, we had no problems. He defeated ISIS. He totally defeated ISIS. China was not a problem. They respected him. He used a stronger word than respect, but I don't want to use that. But China respected him. Russia respected him. Kim Jong-un respected him from North Korea. And now our world is a mess like we've never seen before. The world is a mess and our country is a mess. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. How about, they don't want to bring it up, the fake news anymore, but how about when you talk about the most embarrassing period of time in the history of our country, which is Afghanistan, the way we surrendered, it was like a surrender. We've never had a time like that, giving away $85 billion worth of equipment, leaving hundreds and hundreds of people there. We don't even know how many people are still there. Taking out the soldiers first. You take the soldiers out last. And we had 13 dead and 38 horribly injured and hundreds of people killed. Hundreds of people killed. That was the worst period of time, I think, and most embarrassing for our country in the history of our country. Never been anything like it. And we're not going to let that crap happen again with our country. We can't. We can't. Every sane person without what they call Trump derangement syndrome, you know what that is? It's a great honor. I had a disease named after me. Trump derangement syndrome wants to get back to how great we had it under the Trump administration. We had the strongest economy in the history of our country. We had the most secure border that we've ever had by far. We had peace all over the world. It was called peace through strength. We had Iran as a country that wasn't going to go anywhere or do anything. They weren't. And I told a story last week or 2 weeks ago for the first time when we, thank you. Thank you. Doesn't sound like my kind of a lover, but that's okay. Thank you. He's all man, that guy. I gotta tell you, you gotta see this guy. Anyway, but thank you very much. something happened that was very interesting because one of our drones was shot down and we countered with that, and they had a counter. This is Iran, and they countered. I said, if you counter, you're going to be in deep trouble. If you counter, you better not counter. And they called us and they said, listen, we're going to aim at a fort, a military base, but we're not going to hit it. These are very accurate missiles. They have actually very accurate missiles. They have very good stuff, unfortunately. But we're going to send up 18 missiles and we're not going to hit. So of the 18 missiles, 6 of them self-destructed in air. And the rest of them landed outside of the military base and areas where there were no people, so nobody was killed. They had some explosions. But when they call us to tell us, listen, don't be upset, don't be angry, we sort of have to do it because we have to do it. You know, they have self-respect also. We hit them, they have to do something. But we're going to hit, but we're not going to hurt anybody. Please understand that. And I said, that's a sign of respect. Do you think they do that now? We had 59 attacks over the last 3 or 4 weeks. They don't say we're not going to hurt anybody. They're trying badly to hurt people. But with me, they said, we're not going to hurt anybody. We're not going to do anything that's bad. Please understand. Don't get angry at us, please. So that's the way it should be, right? That's the way it should be. This week, crooked Joe Biden was in San Francisco for a summit with China, looking like he had absolutely no idea where he was, what was happening, what the hell he was supposed to do. He walked up with a man who looks like a piece of granite, right? He's strong like granite. He's strong. I know him very well. President Xi of China. And he's standing there. You know, he's a fierce person. Now, the press doesn't like it when I say good things about, but, you know, what can I say? He runs 1.4 billion people with an iron hand. And they say, oh, he said good things about him. No, he happens to be a very smart person. If I say a certain leader is smart, that's controlling a big part of the world, the press gets upset that I say smart because that's a good thing. No, no, very smart people. These are very smart people, but they're dealing with very stupid people. Our leader is a stupid person. Our leader can't get off this stage. You see this stage? When he's finished with a speech, by the time whatever it is he's taking wears off, and he's looking. Okay, thank you. Thank you. How do I live? That's what happened. This is the guy we have keeping us out of nuclear war. And by the way, I've been indicted more times than Alphonse Capone. He's the most vicious of all gangsters. If he took you to dinner and if you didn't look proper, if you laughed a little bit, he might think you're laughing at him. It's dangerous to laugh. He'd kill you immediately. He was indicted one time. I was indicted 4 times. Once I got indicted the first time, though, I said, now the gloves are off. Because out of respect for the office of the presidency, very important, I never hit him this hard. But now I say it. He's the most incompetent president we've ever had. He's the worst president we've ever had. He's a total crook. A total crook. I would never say those things because just out of respect for the office, I would never say those things. But now you can say it. We have a crooked president who gets money from China. That's why everyone says he's so weak with China. You know why? Because he got a lot of money from China, and they know how much. We don't. And Jamie Comer and Jim and everybody, they're doing a good job. But they'll never find out the real numbers. But China knows the real numbers, and it's a lot. And we have a president who's very corrupt and who's controlled very much by a lot of foreign countries. And this is not a man that should be running our country. It's not a man that should have ever been ascended to power, because you know what happened, and it was a disgrace. But now I say it, so now I can talk, because when I get in that, you know, that's not supposed to happen. When you were we got 75 million votes. We got more votes than any sitting president in history by far. And if we got millions of less, they said you had to win. If we got 63 million votes the first time. So you got many millions more votes. And they said, if you get It's the same 63. There's no way you can lose. Well, we got many millions more than that. So we had a situation. We could never let that happen again because we're not going to have a country left. But now it allows me to speak properly. He's incompetent. He's the worst president we've ever had. And the happiest person anywhere in this country right now is Jimmy Carter because his administration looked brilliant compared to these clowns. It looked brilliant. Jimmy Carter was, compared to Biden, Jimmy Carter was a brilliant, brilliant president. I was never a big fan. He was a brilliant president. There's never been a president like this. This guy's the worst. Every voter needs to ask themselves, who do you want to have sitting across the table from President Xi or President Putin? Which, by the way, I stopped his pipeline in Europe. You know that, right? They said, oh, Trump was weak on Russia. Putin said to me, if you're weak on Russia, I'd hate like hell to see a strong guy. I stopped his pipeline. And Biden then approved it when Putin said, you got to approve it. And Biden approved it. But I don't know how many people know. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. I said, they're building a pipeline to Germany and going to take care of all of Europe. And we're defending Europe with NATO, where we spent a lot more. But what I did is I cut it back and I got everybody to now pay because most of them weren't paying. A little thing that the press never likes reporting on. But I ended the pipeline, the biggest thing they ever did. There's nothing bigger than what they did. We're building this massive pipeline. I stopped it. And then Biden came in, and within the first week, he approved it, and it got built. And I think it's just a shame. And then they say, because they're all about misinformation, And they'll say, Trump was weak on Russia. And they'd say, man, the people that know what's going on, they'd say, man. And not only that, the sanctions and everything else. By the way, Russia would have never, ever in a million years invaded Ukraine. And Putin knew that. He knew that. Since Crooked Joe took office, it's been one Biden surrender and disaster after another from China. If you take a look at what's going on over there, both on trade, what's happening, at least they haven't had the courage to take off my tariffs on China because it's just too much money. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars because of tariffs I put on China. And you read where China's not doing so well right now. You know why? Thank you very much. Although I did get Iowa and farmers, I got the farmers and actually some manufacturers came out of it too. $28 billion, right? $28 billion. You think Biden lies awake at night, tossing and turning and sweating and thinking about how he's going to get $28 billion from China for the farmers of Iowa and Nebraska and some of the farm states, Wisconsin? No, but a lot of people in this room opened up big fat checks and they went out. I said, when I get finished with this deal, because I made a great deal with China, I don't talk about it after COVID because I think it was so horrible what happened because it came out of the Wuhan labs. And I said it a long time ago. And what happened, and I believe it was incompetence. A lot of people say it wasn't incompetence. It was on purpose to get rid of me. But I don't believe that actually. I believe it was incompetence. Somebody came out, he had it, he gave it to the girlfriend. The girlfriend died, he died, everybody started dying. I believe it was gross incompetence, which, is terrible. But when you look at what happened there and you look at all of the problems that this world has suffered, and I said, I want money from them. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars over the years, and we gave $28 billion to the farmers. And just so you know, my people have said, sir, please don't talk about that so much. It makes you sound very arrogant. I said, wait a minute. I got $28 billion for the farmers of Iowa and other farm states. And I told them a year before I got that money, and a year before we made the best trade deal anyone's ever seen, which was actually with China, where they bought $50 billion worth of, and they're supposed to be doing it. The problem is nobody's policing them now because these guys don't know they're alive. But you're supposed to police them. But they were buying $50 billion. And I said, remember the one thing? Go out, relax for a little while, but soon you can go out, buy more land and bigger tractors, right? I said, buy bigger tractors. Which kind of tractor do you like? John Deere? Case? What do you like? John Deere? They're all beautiful. As long as they're made in this country, we like them, right? Biden shut down the investigation into the Wuhan lab. He canceled my program to root out Chinese spies. He weakened my China tariffs. They are weakened. And we had strong tariffs. They used to come in and say, we don't want, at the beginning when I put the tariffs on, they're great negotiators. They said, we don't really care. We don't care. I said, they don't care. Let's raise them. So we raised them from 10% to 20% to 30% to 40% to 50%. Then one day they came in. Look, you got to stop. You're killing us with these. I said, it did have an impact, No, they're great negotiators. They pretended they didn't care about them. And that really just led me to keep doing it because we took in so much money. But Biden let China open up military bases in Cuba, 90 miles off our shores. Can you believe that? They have a base in Cuba. Nobody even talks. The fake news doesn't talk about it because it's so bad. Anything bad, they don't talk about. They don't talk about Afghanistan withdrawal either. And I was going to withdraw too, but with dignity and strength. And the soldiers were coming out last. And we were going to keep Bagram. Bagram is the biggest air base just about there is anywhere in the world. The biggest runways, most powerful. They can hold, I think they're 8 feet deep in concrete. They can hold anything, and we gave it up. And I didn't want it for Afghanistan. I wanted it because that's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear missiles, and we gave it up. Why did we give it up? This thing cost billions of dollars many years ago. We didn't need it for Afghanistan, but it was right next to where they make their missiles, China. And now you know who occupies that? China occupies it. How stupid are these people? It's so sad, but we'll get it back maybe. Maybe we'll get it back as part of a trade deal. Give us back that damn airport. And we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months. I spoke to Abdul, the head of the Taliban. And the press went crazy. You spoke to him over the phone. I said, yeah, that's where the killing is. I got to speak to him. I can't speak to Barron Trump. I can't speak to this beautiful young lady in the first row with the glasses. How are you? She looks like she's got good fans. She's got all that Trump stuff on her. But it's not going to help speaking to you. But they said to me, why are you speaking to him? I said, well, why do we ask Jesse James, right? Jesse James, great bank robber. They say, Jesse, why do you always rob banks? He says, because that's where the money is, right? And I say the same thing. Why do you speak to the Taliban? Because that's where the killing was, right? And I said, Abdul, if you do this, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by our country. Don't do it. And he said, may I ask you a question, Your Excellency? He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls Biden Your Excellency. I don't think so. He said, but why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you'll have to think about that, Abdul. You have to think about that. And we didn't have one soldier even shot at for 18 months after that. Not one soldier was shot at until we had that catastrophe of the election catastrophe, which led to the stupidest pullout that if you asked a child, any 5 or 6-year-old children here, because if I see that young lady, she's very young. If I asked her, would you pull your soldiers out first or last? She would say, sir, you'd pull your soldiers out last. The only ones that would pull them out first are the Biden people. If you think about it, not one good thing has happened in 3 years. Inflation's killing us, everything. There hasn't been one good thing to happen in the Biden. Now he wants to go all electric cars. Let's go all electric. They don't go far and they cost too much, right? Very simple. It sounds like it's very simple. They don't go far. I think it's great if you want to, go for a ride for about 15 minutes before you have to. We're going to change it all. That thing comes off right away, immediately. That mandate, we'll call it a mandate, comes off right away. But it's very simple. Crooked Joe is weak on China because Crooked Joe is owned by China. He's owned by China. Does anybody know that? He's a corrupt politician and he's totally compromised. See, now I can say that because he went after me. I would never have said that because of the office of the president. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't have said it because it's a rough thing to say. But he's true. He's a corrupt politician And he's owned by a lot of these countries. Afghanistan also. His son got $83,000 a month, didn't he? And he got $3 million upfront payment to advise them on oil. And he knew nothing about energy or oil. He got $83,000 a month, they say. Think of that. $83,000 a month and an upfront payment of $3 million to be on their board and to advise them on energy. What do you know about energy? No, nothing. Oh, remember the interview? What do you know about energy, Hunter? Nothing. The Biden crime family took millions of dollars from a company controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, with Joe Biden personally receiving large deposits of cash. And now we have a Manchurian candidate in the Oval Office. He's a Manchurian candidate. You know the Manchurian candidate? Go check it out. Go watch the movie. It was pretty good. Not as bad as the real thing. That's one thing. The real thing is even worse. But less than 1 year from now, we will take back the White House from this crooked person. Because Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. We got to make sure of that. And if it doesn't end, we don't have a country anymore, just so you understand. I don't want to be negative. If it doesn't end, we don't have a country anymore. This week, we also learned that Joe is planning yet another Biden betrayal. It was just reported that the Biden administration has been secretly plotting to resurrect one of the all-time worst sellouts and deals ever made by our country. I canceled it, you remember? Killing American workers, the disastrous Trans-Pacific Partnership. Remember that? The TPP was a globalist hit job on family farmers, American manufacturers, and in particular on automakers. You won't make any more cars here. I hope the union heads know that, because I think we're going to get most of the auto workers, because when they go to all-electric cars, which is preposterous, you can't make them here because we don't have the minerals, we don't have the materials for it. We have a thing called gasoline. That's what we have. And we should be using what we have, not what China has. So they won't be making cars here. So we're not going to be making cars. So those auto workers, they can get there. Whatever deal they make is no good, because you're not going to have any car making in 2 years if they win. If they win the election, you won't be making any cars here. People don't know, we lost over 50% of our car manufacturing business over the last 30 years with stupid politicians. It went to Mexico, it went to Canada, and it went to China and lots of other places, and Japan. It went to a lot of places. The one place it didn't go is here, 52%. Hillary Clinton, Ron DeSanctimonious, and Crooked Joe were all for it. They all wanted to do it, but I just said, nope, I'm not going to let it happen, and I stopped PPP my very first week as president of the United States. And a lot of people were extremely happy. You know, we're happy? People that knew what was happening, because that would have killed our manufacturing businesses in this country. Now Crooked Joe is back with TPP2. It's worse than the first one, threatening to pulverize farmers and manufacturers with another massive globalist monstrosity designed to turbocharge outsourcing to Asia. It's going to Asia. Asia's doing very well. Under the next administration and our next administration, Biden plan for TPP2 will be dead on day one. It'll be dead before I get to the top of the stairs. We have so many different things. I'll give you an example. So, you know how beautiful the inauguration is. You're down and you're walking up these beautiful stairs to Capitol. Everything's so beautiful. As I'm walking up, I'll be signing about 4 or 5 different documents. I'm not going to wait to get to the. I may even have a very tiny little desk put on the 20th stair, because I always like to sign with a desk. Your signature looks much better than holding it up like. But I may have a little tiny desk put up there so that I can sign on the border. I can sign. We're going to complete everything. You know, we built over 500 miles of wall, but we're going to secure our border. If we didn't have that wall, forget it. And by the way, Mexico paid for a lot of it. You know, they had 28,000 soldiers that they paid. Couldn't get them to pay for the wall because there's no mechanism to do that. How do they pay for a wall that we're building? You know, there was a little legal problem. But they paid much more because they paid for 28,000 soldiers along the border that did a whole beautiful job, you know, with the bullets going both ways. Pancho Villa, did you ever see? Pancho. They have They're less politically correct than we are, I can tell you that. And they did a great job. And we're going to do another thing. We're going to be signing something before I get to the top step. I'm seriously thinking about doing this. We'll knock out TPP. We'll do that. It'll only take an instant. But we're going to be signing to do something else. Drill, baby, drill. That's what we're going to be signing. You know, I love these guys. You know what these people are? These are front row Joes. They've been here for, like, some of them 100 rallies. This isn't a rally. This is just a little get-together. You got to see these rallies. They're bigger than ever. So here, you guys have to split this out. See what that says? Trump caucus captain. Can I give it to them? Do you mind? Okay, here. Thank you very much. So you guys figure it out who gets it, you know? I have another one here. We'll give it to a real caucus captain, right? But we're going to sign that. Our military is fantastic, what we did. You know, don't forget, we defeated ISIS. We knocked them out. People don't realize. It's supposed to take 4 years, and we did it in 4 weeks. But we're going to sign some of these things before I get to the top. I think that would be a cool expression. In other words, I don't want to wait to get to the top of the steps and go home and change. First Lady, you have a different suit. I'd like to be a little comfortable. No, we'll sign before we get to the top of the steps. On the border, no more coming in unless you come in legally. Very simple. Very simple. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful chant, USA. And somehow they associate it with me, which is pretty sad because that means a lot of people, they don't associate. It's like Biden. We've got to stop the MAGA movement, MAGA. You know what MAGA means, Joe? If you asked him, what does MAGA mean? I don't know. It's radical. He goes, it's radical. No, it means make America great again. That's all it means. We must stop this radical movement. We must stop this radical movement to make America great again. We're going to stop it. As president, I traveled all over the world fighting and winning on behalf of Iowa farmers. Worked hard with that because you were really behind the 8 ball when I got here. When I came here originally 7 years ago, you were absolutely getting decimated. I made new farm deals. I got the USMCA done. That's Mexico, Canada, because they were killing you. Mexico and Canada was killing you. And we got rid of NAFTA, which was the worst trade deal ever made, and we replaced it with the USMCA, and now you're doing great. The best trade deal ever made. In fact, it was such a good deal that the farmers that are from Canada and Mexico and the, frankly, Mexican and Canadian government, Canada wants to renegotiate the deal. Mexico wants to renegotiate the deal. Isn't it nice when you make a deal that they want to renegotiate? Problem with us, we made NAFTA. It was bad. You know that they had typos that were bad typos, like on numbers where you're paying much more. And they could have easily corrected it just by saying, I'm sorry, nobody bothered to correct it. So you went many decades with a NAFTA deal with typos where you were paying more because nobody wanted to correct it. That's how weak, lazy, stupid we are. The NAFTA deal was the worst trade deal in the history of our country. And the USMCA is probably the best. Although I'd say the deal with China is good. The deal with Japan I made is very good. I renegotiated all those deals. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents. Not one president took in 10 cents. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And no one gets abused on trade worse than American agriculture for some reason, yet no other president lifts a finger. Ron DeSanctimonious, by the way, was very bad as a congressman to farmers. He was very bad. I mean, look, I can only say it. He was very bad on farmers, and he was totally against ethanol. Now a miracle happened. He's in favor of ethanol. But you know, one thing I learned about politicians, and I've known it for a long time. Whatever they come out with first, that's where they end up. So they're going to, come out in favor of ethanol all of a sudden out of nowhere. He was very bad on ethanol, and he was very bad on farmers. He was against a lot of different things in the farm bill. And I got those farm bills passed quickly and effectively, and you got your money, but you got that $28 billion, and that was the greatest thing, I tell you. So my guys say, please, sir, don't take it for granted that you're going to win Iowa. It doesn't sound good. So when I say to them, of course it does. I got him $28 billion. Am I going to, who the hell else would you vote for? Now, there may be some people that don't like my attitude, but my attitude is what gets us there. They said a lot of the, I don't know if you've seen, they have a lot of this, you don't mind when I go off this thing, it's so much more interesting. Right? But they have a lot of people that say, we want Trump policy without Trump because we don't like his personality. And then somebody who's actually a brilliant commentator, they said, here's the problem, that Trump policy doesn't work without Trump because they're never going to be able to get it. Right? Under my leadership, we will have a rebirth of loyalty to the American farmer starting at noon on Inauguration Day 2025. And not only the farmer, manufacturers, everything else. To defend our farmers, I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what that is? If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200 or 300% tariff or tax, we will make them pay an identical 1, 2, or 300% tax rate back. And that will solve the problem, and we're going to take in a lot of money, or all those taxes will disappear. Right now, they charge us 100%, 200%. I put a tremendous tax on their cars, and it really hurt them. And as you know, China's not doing well right now. They're announcing their economy's bad. That's because of the tariffs I put on. And I was nice on those tariffs. I'd only charge them like 50 to 100%. They were lucky. But I would have gotten a lot less nice if they want to play cute, because what they're doing now, they're treating us like children. They're not treating us with respect. They always treated us with respect, right? And I like President Xi. I got along with him until COVID. That COVID was a step too far. But I got along, I thought he was a great guy. I thought, he's heading a country. He's for China. I'm for the USA. So I understand that. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I always got along well with him. I got along well with Putin. That's a good thing. He would have never gone in. But I got along well with Putin. That's a good thing. He's got many, many nuclear weapons. And, the next war is going to be a nuclear war, and that's called obliteration. And we have a man that can't put two sentences together negotiating for us. We have a man that, as I said, can't find the stairs off this platform, and he's going to save us from nuclear war. We have never been in such danger, in my opinion, as we are right now, because we're not a respected country anymore. And we have a man that doesn't have a clue. Doesn't have a clue. You better hope so. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. Think of this. They have a most favored nation because they're a growing country. Well, we're like a growing country, too. We're trying to fix our cities that are all in decay, run by Democrats, by the way, run by Democrats, every one of them. They're in decay. I met your policeman backstage. I said, I'll bet you have no crime here. No, sir, we have none. I said, and if you do, what do? We take care of it, sir. There's no crime. You don't have people getting bopped over the back of the head. You don't have people being pushed into railroad trains or, in our case, subways. You don't have any of that stuff. But these guys, these are real important people. These are great people. And we have to give them tremendous honor and respect. Law enforcement. Because they'll stop all the problems with crime. And I'll once again, as I have for 4 years there and even beyond that, stood up for Iowa ethanol like no president in history. I had your two senators come in and they would always say, please, please, please help me with it. And I would take care of it for them. I don't know what they've done for me, but this is minor details, right? There's no quid pro quo, right? No quid. Remember that? He was a quid pro quo. Nobody knew what it meant. Adam Shifty Schiff with a neck like a pencil. He's got. I said, how does he hold up that fat, ugly face with a neck? With a neck. No, it's like pencil neck. We call him pencil neck. What a dishonest guy. You know, when I first came, he said to me, sir, could I ask you what's worse, business people or politicians? I said, oh, business people, they're much tougher. That was after about a week. I said, business people. Now I say, it's not even a contest. Politicians are the worst. They're disloyal. Many are crooked. No, politicians are worse than business people. Business people are babies. They're just babies. They're innocent lambs compared to politicians. You don't have Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Shifty Schiff. Just as I promised, as president, I issued a historic rule declaring that E-15 would be made available all year round, and I got it done. I got it done. Nobody else got it done. Got it done. That was a big deal, and I also let them use the existing pumps. You know, they wanted to go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on existing pumps. I said, what's the difference? He said, well, the old ones are much better, sir. But these are made in an environmentally friendly way, but the old ones are much better. And really, sir, I think if you could do that, it'd be great. I saved hundreds of millions of dollars for people, and therefore that passes on to you, the people here. Some of the people are people that have the pumps, but we saved hundreds of millions of dollars, allowing them to use the equipment that was already there, if it was good. Every Iowan needs to know that Ron DeSanctimonious is a raging opponent of a lot of your farm situation, including ethanol, which I said, and spent the entire time in Congress angrily railing against the renewable fuel standard. He was told, you got to go, if he announces, I don't know if he's going to, look, he's going down the tubes. He's down the tubes. There's another one. You know, you talk about loyalty. Comes to me. He's failing. He's like a wounded bird falling to the ground, right? He's running against the department, head of the Adam Putnam. He was the head of agriculture in Florida, which is actually the second position after the governor. And Putnam was there like for 8 years, and he raised a lot of money. He was running. He had like close to a 40-point lead on Ron DeSanctimonious, and DeSanctimonious comes to see me, and he said, sir, oh, please, sir, if you gave me, you're very popular in Florida, if you gave me your endorsement, I think I could win. I said, Ron, honestly, I think you're so far down that if Abraham Lincoln and George Washington came back from the dead, they couldn't get you. But I said, but you know, I didn't know Adam Putnam. I didn't know him, so I said, what the hell, let's give it a chance. So he wrote, I said, give me some kind of a endorsement, write it out for me, Ron. So he write it out. It was so bad. It was so bad. I don't know how this guy got into the schools. I really don't, because he's not doing good. But it was so bad, and I changed it, made it really good, and I gave him an endorsement. He became like a human rocket ship, and he wiped out Adam Putnam. They were already measuring the carpets in Tallahassee. That's where the governor's mansion is. But they were measuring carpets. They were all set to win. And the next day, it was over. I mean, a primary took place, and then I got him past somebody who turned out to be a crackhead, but at the time he was, you know who I'm talking. He was going to be the next president of the United States at some point. And he was running, and Ron didn't think he could win. And I said, Ron, we'll do a couple of rallies. And I gave him either 2 or 3 monster rallies. And those rallies are effective. They get a lot. I got a lot of guys elected right here, including Grassley, who was having a problem, and including Joni Ernst, who had a big problem. Could you do, sir, a rally for me in Iowa? Absolutely. You think it's easy to come all the way from wherever the hell I am and do a rally in front? I got him elected, remember that. But Ron DeSantis, I got him elected. You know, when you talk about branding, I saw him, I think it was NBC the other day, and it was NBC straight for a change. You know, that's about 3% of the time. And they were doing, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have with us Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And he goes, no, it's DeSantis. In other words, when you can get somebody's name changed, that's called a good brander. Governor Ron DeSantis. So he looks at me with tears in his eyes. Could I do it? Could I do it? I did it. And then I did rallies for him. I got him elected. And that was it. I didn't know him that well. But he did a little defense of me with the impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2, 2 hoaxes. And I won. But, you know, Jim Jordan and others did a much better defense. But he was one of the 150 or so congressmen. You'd see him on television defending me a little bit. So I figured, you know, I didn't know Adam Putnam. So I did it. And he became a rocket, and he won easily. And then he went and he beat the guy who was going to be, you know, great future. The guy didn't have a great future, but he would have been a disaster as governor, by the way. So I did a favor to the people of Florida. But we did that. And then 4 years later, they say to Ron DeSantis, Governor, would you run against President Trump? He said, I have no comment. No comment. You know what that means, front row Joes? That means he's going to run, right? That means he's going to run. And I said, that son of a bitch is going to run. So then my people, who are very good, but sometimes not wise, I hit him hard right from the beginning. They said, sir, please don't hit him so hard. Why? He's a Republican. Who the hell cares? You care? Who cares if he's a Republican? Why, he's a Republican, sir. Please don't hit him so hard. He's a Republican. I don't care if he's a Republican. He's a disloyal guy. I got him elected. And by the way, you got to look at the numbers because he was, and then the other day, the worst of all, I tell you this, it was disgusting. I watched him be interviewed. And they say, well, President Trump got you elected. No, he didn't get me elected. He actually tried to deny it. And I have so many people now. All you have to do is go back and look at the numbers. He was not electable. He was so far behind Adam Putnam, it was over. And now he's trying to say, well, without his, I think I would have won. I was doing very well. This guy, when he said that, now he's finished in 28. He's got no chance in 28. He's got no chance. When he said that one, and we'll put out the numbers, we'll show you. He was dead. He was dead as a doornail. But unlike DeSantis, I will be your ethanol champion for 4 more years in the White House. Crooked Joe Biden is also waging a demented crusade to totally annihilate ethanol. He wants to annihilate it. And Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate will totally decimate gas-powered cars. And if that happens, ethanol is dead. You know that, right? Ethanol will be dead. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-powered engines will be not only allowed, but will be very much pushed because it's incredible, including hybrids. Hybrids are very good. Hybrids are much better because you can actually go a little bit further than the candy store. So we're going to allow gasoline-powered engines, but we are not going to allow child sexual mutilation. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. Can you imagine going back 10 or 15 years and saying, as a politician, can you believe I'm a politician? I don't feel like but I guess I'm a politician. We are not going to allow child sexual mutilation. Could you imagine hearing those words? Yeah, we have to protect children from mutilation, where they don't even get parental consent. That's another one. We will make sure that we have parental consent. Who the hell? Of course you have to have parental consent. But now you have to say it and you have to pass laws to give parents parental consent. And even if you look at athletics, where I have to make this statement, we will not allow men to play in women's sports. Did you see the other day a young lady, a good field hockey player? I don't know too much about field hockey, but I know if a guy hits the ball, it goes very fast, faster, unless we have a superhuman here. But generally speaking, that's not going to happen. He whacked the ball and it hit the girl in the face and just wiped out her whole mouth and teeth, and she was badly hurt because it was like this thing's coming at her. She never saw anything like it. And the guy was big, a big, strong person who transitioned. He transitioned, but he didn't transition his muscle. And he took that ball, he whacked it, hit her right in the face. She said, "I've never seen anything like it. It came at me. There was nothing I could do." The weightlifters, you see the weightlifting records are being broken by 100 pounds. Guys that, records stood for 18 years. They couldn't get a quarter of an ounce, an eighth of an ounce on each side of the barbell. They couldn't do it. And these guys walk up and they break the record by 143 pounds or whatever it is, some crazy number. It stands for like 18 years, a quarter of an ounce on each side of a big barbell. And then some guy comes up, bing, oh, this is easy. Have you lifted before? No, I haven't actually. No, the whole thing is crazy. The swimmers the records are being broken at levels. And it's very demeaning to women, actually. Very demeaning to women. But I love women athletes. I love women athletes. But they shouldn't be allowed. I think it's dangerous in many cases, and in some cases it's just unfair. The sad part is that a lot of women, they know this, and they don't want to talk about it because, we're in like this communist regime nowadays where you're not allowed to speak the truth on elections or on things like that. And if they do, they try and have you thrown in the clinker. These people are sick, and they're not going to get away with it. They're not getting away with it. Crooked Joe puts China first. He puts Asia first. He puts Ukraine first. He puts illegal aliens first, environmental maniacs first. Environmental maniacs that want to destroy our country. Everyone else is first. Think of it, he puts America last. He puts Iowa last, your farmers, your manufacturers. You got a lot of manufacturing here too. He puts our workers last. He puts our farmers last. He puts everything that's good in our country last. I put Iowa first and I put America first every single time. Very simple. Very simple. So it's no wonder that crooked Joe Biden and his far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary, any means possible. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference because we're beating them so badly in the polls. The polls are incredible. The Iowa State poll came out recently, just now, I think. Trump is 54%, DeSanctimonious is 18% and falling, and Bird Brain is 12%. Bird Brain. Nikki Birdbrain, sir, I will never, ever vote against you. You're the greatest president in my lifetime. It's not that long. She's not that old, actually. I would have preferred if she said in generations, but what is she, 54 or something? I'll take the 54, right? But you are the greatest president, sir. I will never. She said it over and over again. I will never. They ask her, will you ever run again? No, I will not. He's been a great president. I will not do it. 2 months later, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce my candidacy. It's Bird Brain. I know her well. She's not up to the job. In New Hampshire, DeSantis is down in 5th place. Did you know that? 5th. This is a fall like nobody's ever seen before. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to come in 5th because he might come in 6th or 7th. And we're destroying crooked Joe Biden in the general by 5, 6, 7, 8, and in one case 11 points, in one case 14 points in the battleground states. And those are in the battleground states. And we're leading the Republicans by a lot in New Hampshire. We're leading them by a lot in South Carolina, where we go after that. And then we're leading them by a lot in Nevada, like by 65 points or something. So, but this is so important because you are first in the nation. Look, I kept you first in the nation. I'm the one that, will you please give me a good show at least out of it, okay? Please. Please. I mean, that's the least you can do. That's the least you can do. I mean, I got you 28 billion and I kept you in first place. Frankly, the cash is more important. The 28 billion is more important. But I got you 28 billion. I kept you in first place. Make sure that we win by a lot. Because, you know, if we win by a lot, I think all these characters cancel out. That's going to be the end of them. We got to get back. We got to beat the Democrats. We got to stop this nonsense. They have debates. They had a debate 2 weeks ago. I had an unbelievable rally in Hialeah, which is great. You know, it was incredible. It was like this. The place was packed, but it was thousands and thousands. It was a stadium. And I'm making this speech. I looked up. You couldn't get another person in the room. And I start, and then I notice the people from the way in the back up. This is a football stadium. So they start meandering down to the field. And the fake news said, there were empty seats. There were empty seats. No, there were no empty seats. They wanted to come down and be closer. So I could see them coming down. When I started, it was packed. Within 5 or 10 minutes, the people want to come down to the field, be a little bit closer. I understand that. Probably not supposed to do it, but who the hell's going to stop them? It's a lot of people, right? And the fake news said, we noticed empty seats. These people are the worst, okay? They are the worst. They are the enemy of the people. They really are. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Not going to allow it. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you, it's true. If I didn't run, I wouldn't be indicted. They're indicting me for complaining about election results. You ever see them? They're still complaining about 2016. Nobody got indicted. They're complaining that I was complaining, and it happens to be true. We have the facts, we have the figures, and I hope the judges are going to allow that to be shown in court, because those elections were rigged, and they were badly rigged. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'll never let it happen. Never. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. It's very simple. In the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in the way. That's true. That's true. People ask me, would you have done it again, sir? You had such a great life. You had all these wonderful places. You could go all over the world. You saw how strong my company is with this fake deal that's going on now. We didn't know he had that kind of cash. We didn't know he had that kind of a company. They didn't know, because it was a private, turned out to be a great company. Then they had to change their whole concept, because they started off with a concept where it was the opposite. Now they're saying, oh, this is not good. Then it's a great company. That's one thing that's come out. We have a crooked judge. We have a rigged court case.
Excuse me.
We have an AG who campaigned on, I will get Donald Trump. I will get Donald Trump. I swear I will. Then she says, oh, I never said that. We got about 30 tapes. I will get Donald Trump. I will get him. She doesn't know a thing about me. She didn't look at anything. She's campaigning. She wasn't in office or anything. Didn't see anything. Nobody knew it was a private company. I will get Donald Trump. She's a radical lunatic. And we're winning this case so much, but we have a judge that refuses to give up. And we have a judge who's a Democrat club politician. Think of this. You put a piece of your life, you know, you built this great thing, and you put a piece of your life, New York City, where we did so well, in the hands of a radical left lunatic judge from the clubs. From the clubs. He's a Democrat club politician. He's now been overturned 4 times. He's been overturned more than any judge in New York State. And I got this guy as a judge. But somehow it's going to work out. You know, somehow, I can't tell you how, but somehow it's going to work out. Now, what it is doing, and I believe the reason we're doing so well in the polls is because the people see it. They see it as a persecution of a political candidate. They see it as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. That's what it is. This is the greatest witch hunt. It started with Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember that? He was with 4 hookers. You think that was good that night to go up and tell my wife, it's not true, darling. I love you very much. It's not true. Actually, that one she didn't believe because she said he's a germaphobe. He's not into that, you know? He's not into golden showers, as they say they call that. He's not. I don't like that idea. No, I didn't. I thought that would be a big problem. I was going to have a rough night, but that one she was very good on. She said, no, you're okay on that one. This is far more than a campaign that we're all involved in. This is a great political movement, the greatest in the history of our country. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country. Think of that. I appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I kept my promise. I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Hard to do. Got it done. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. But, you know, those are all things we've done. And now you look at what's going on, and they don't sound as important, right? Because you look at what's happening over there. It would have never happened, should never have happened. And I would get it stopped very quickly with success, because you can't let what happened with that raid was so horrible. Nobody's seen anything like it. They didn't even talk about it. 42 babies had their heads chopped off. I mean, this is savagery, and other things, many, many other things. Thousands of people. It's nobody's seen anything like it. I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and we would have had to deal with them right after the election, because Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy oil from Iran, we're not doing business. I told that to India. I told it to every country. You buy oil. And they were broke. They weren't paying to Hamas. They weren't paying to Hezbollah. They weren't paying to anybody. They were broke. And they would have had a deal, and they would have been happy with it. I would have been happy. Everybody would have been happy with it. But when these idiots took over, they immediately took off all those sanctions, and Iran now has, forget about the $6 billion on the trade. You saw the trade. Five hostages for $6 billion, remember? They got 6. We got 6 or 5, but they got $6 billion. So I said, give me the bad news. Well, the bad news, because I saw they got 6, he got 6, 5 and 5, $6 billion. I said, you mean, are they paying anything to us? No, we give them $6 billion, meaning we free up. That's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Then the other day, yesterday, they approved $10 billion more, $10 billion more. And Iran now, and that's peanuts compared to what they've been allowed to make with the oil. They have probably $125 billion now. They have tremendous amounts of money. They're a very rich country. And when I was there, they were broke, and everybody talked about it. In fact, I saw one of the people that are up there, a real terrible reporter, but said the other day, one thing I will say, Iran was broke when Trump was running this country. They couldn't do anything. They didn't have the money. They couldn't feed terrorism. Now they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. And with the historic Abraham Accords, I even made peace in the Middle East, and that would have gone on, and we would have had every country, I think, including Iran, in that deal, ultimately. But they did nothing with it. They did nothing. For 4 straight years, I kept America safe. I kept Israel safe. I kept Ukraine safe. And I kept the whole world safe. And we will again as the 47th President of the United States. Right? Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency together, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We're going to get it settled. I know Putin very well, get along with him. I know Zelensky very well. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III from happening. I will prevent it. That's what happen. Because we've never been closer to World War III than we are right now. Never been closer. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. I will stop the invasion on our southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history back to their countries. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. We all know what that is. on entry from terror-plagued countries, and I will implement strong ideological screening on all immigrants. I had a Trump travel ban on numerous countries, which are horrible in terms of what's taking place within those countries, and countries that hate us. I don't want them in our country. They hate our country. I don't want them in our country. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists and then we don't do exactly what you want, if you do all of these bad things and you have lots of bad thoughts in your mind, then you're not getting into the United States of America. You're not coming in. And we will take over our horribly run Washington, D.C. Capitol. We have a Capitol that's the crime center of our country, and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime. Last night, 3 people were killed. But rather, it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to take over the capital, and we're going to make it beautiful, and we're going to make it safe. We're going to make it great. We're going to do it, and we're going to get it done. We will stop Joe Biden's inflation disaster and rebuild our greatest economy. We're going to rebuild it. We have the greatest economy in history. We're going to build it back to an economy that's even better than what we had. We'll be able to do that. You know, we were energy independent just a short time ago, and we were soon going to be energy dominant. Forget about their pipeline. That wouldn't have happened. We would have been supplying all of the gas and oil to Europe. And we were going to make, so think about Saudi Arabia, the kind of money they make over in Saudi Arabia. You mentioned debt. They don't know what debt is. They got so much money. They ordered many, many Boeing 777s, big, beautiful planes. And I said, do you use financing? They didn't know what I meant. Financing? No, we have cash. We were going to take, we have more oil than they do. We have more oil and gas than Russia. We have more than anybody. We were in 3rd place, and by the time I left, we were long ago in 1st place, way, way up. And we were going to supply Europe and Asia. We were going to supply and we were going to make so much money. We were going to pay down our debt, $34 trillion. Now it's just terrible. But we're going to pay down our national debt, and we're going to cut taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cuts in history, but we can get them down still further. We're going to do that with our energy, which is real energy, not intermittent wind. Darling, I'd like to watch the president on television tonight. Honey, I don't think we'll be able to. The wind is not blowing. So crazy. Most expensive energy there is. I will deliver tax cuts, regulation cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rate cuts like you've never seen before, because we start from such a high base. And unlike DeSantis, I will protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. He wanted to hurt Medicare and Social Security. Remember that. Remember that in 56 days. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. That's an easy one, right? That's an easy one. So I want to just tell you that you're a very special group of people. This is a special place to me because of the great success that we've had and that we continue to have. And based on the polls, it looks like we're in good shape. But, you know, the worst thing you can do is say, oh, you know, we're going to stay because he's leading by so much. Get out and vote. Because there have been some bad surprises. You know, when everybody says that, bad things, there's been some bad tragedies before. Everyone says, oh, Trump is going to win by so much. We don't have to vote tonight, darling. Let's go sit home and watch the caucus on television. Let's watch it on television. And they say, what's happening here? Very few people are voting. What's going on? No, we got to get out and vote. We got to make sure, you know, we have to send a great signal. And then maybe these people just say, okay, it's over now. It's over. We got to end it because we have to focus on crooked Joe Biden and the Democrats. That's what we have to focus on. We have to do what we did for 4 years. We did things, you know, people, even bad people back there said I was a great president from most standpoints of what you talk about, the economy, all of the things. We would have had no inflation because oil caused the inflation. When they shut off the spigots, oil went up so high. Energy costs went up so high. And you know, you're one of the highest states in the country. I mean, I hate to tell you that, but you're one of the highest states in the country because they wouldn't allow a pipeline to be cut through a very poor section of New York State. And I'm going to get that done. I almost had that done, and then we had the rigged election, but it would have been done. So I just want to tell you that we have to really swamp them and swamp them big. We're going to have something that's great. They want me to tell you to go out and sign up. We have a book here, beautiful book. Look at this book, how beautiful that is, see? You read pictures, but it basically is you sign up and you become a caucus captain. We want you to be a caucus captain. Does anybody want to be a caucus captain? Okay. So here's what I have. Look, you can sell this tonight on eBay, maybe for 20 or 25,000. But if you do, I'm going to be very angry at you. So I'm going to give you one here, darling. Good luck. I have these books. So, thank you very much. I made a lot of enemies right now. I picked up 4 friends and I made a lot. No, but you'll all get, everybody gets a hat when they sign up. We have the, those hats are beautiful, by the way. And everybody gets a caucus captain hat when you sign up. But we want to make sure that we have a big victory. That's going to be you're going to be all over the world. They're going to be watching this. You are first. And they're going to be watching it. And so anybody that wants to sign up, you get that hat, you get the book, you get everything. And we're gonna have a tremendous victory. And Iowa's just been incredible. It's been an incredible state for me, and I've been incredible to you too. I mean, I have to say, but I've been very good to you too. And we want to restore our country to greatness, and we're going to do it. We're going to make America greater than it's ever been, and we can do that. We can do that. We have to act fast. 1 year is a long time for them to remain in office. You know, if you look at it, if you took the worst 10 presidents in the history of our country, they have not done the damage that Joe Biden and this crazed administration has done with weaponization and everything else. So get out there for the caucus, get out there, make it. We're going to swamp them. We have to swamp them right from day one. And if we do that, we're going to win so big, and we will make America great again, 100% greater than ever before. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So there you go. I wasn't going to stick with it as long as we did, but I found it entertaining. He makes me laugh. Ron DeSanctimonious. He just cracks me up. He really does. They're selling those bobblehead things. It's just so. It's like I said the other night. The United States, it's like a flea market. I love it. I love it. And he's so, I know he's a billionaire, but he is so common, you know. He's like he just does relate to the common people. And he's just, it's his speech, his speech patterns, his language, the way he talks. No wonder, you know, you remember when he ran the first time and they went down, I don't remember which mainstream media outlet it was. It might have been NBC, whatever, it doesn't matter. They went down to Florida and they interviewed some of his neighbors who just, you know, with their noses in the air. they just talked about him like it was like the Beverly Hillbillies or something like that. It was just funny. It just made me laugh. Did I just miss a guy dressed up like Trump there? And he's off to the left-hand side of the screen. There he is with the yellow hair on a phone. Or is that like a security guard? I don't know. This makes me laugh. Makes me laugh. That was fun. Have you ever been to a Trump rally? Has anyone been to a Trump rally? I have been. I went to one, even though I'm a Canuck. The first time around when he was elected, I went to one just outside Detroit. And it was fun. It was fun, especially going through the metal detector where they searched you for guns. Yeah. Okay. We have other stuff to cover tonight. I don't know, but just to kind of recap where he was at, he had a lot of, I think, new material to talk about the visit between Biden and Xi from China. That story that he told about Iran and the trading of missiles. I thought that was fascinating. I don't know how wise it is. Normally, I would say it would not be wise for a president or a former president to speak like that in public. But in his case, I think it might be okay. It kind of works. He doesn't care that Iran might not like him sharing that story, even though they launched those missiles to save face. Here he is years later, and he's saying, "Oh, you know what? Like they are so afeared of me that they called me up and said we're going to launch missiles, but we're going to miss on purpose." It was funny. And so I don't know how much face they saved now. Made me fun. That made me laugh too. But yeah, it's true. When he was president, there was a whole lot more peace and a whole lot less war. And I think that drives some people crazy. But it was true. It was true. So there was that. We'll see where it goes, man. We'll see. I don't know. Things are different now, though. Still feels different. But tonight, it did have, I don't know, just a totally different kind of feel. Again, this was more upbeat. And the speech was not exactly the same. So often with politicians, they correctly stay on message, and there's a lot of repetition over and over again, repeating the same message. That's so that their message gets through and resonates with people over time. But tonight, you changed it up. There was a lot of new stuff in there. So I'm kind of glad we did stick with it, because we heard some new political stories from the Trumpinator, who will be back in 2024, he says. At least that's what it says on the bobblehead that you can buy. Okay, let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll cover off some of these other news stories of the day.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
So there was another rally, freedom rally today. This was the Worldwide Rally for Freedom in Toronto. Travel Fund 69. Let's pick up some of the footage from that, just so you can, again, just get a taste of it.
ACN 1, 2, 3, no gender ideology. ABCN 1,
There's
2,
Hannah.
3, no gender ideology.
Congratulations to the new people! Congratulations!
1 count, 2 count, 3 count, 4. How many more do you hit the floor? 1 count, 2 count, 3 count, 4. How many more do you hit the floor? 1 count, 2 count.
That's where we're at right now, University and Bloor Street. So, yeah, good to see you, Karen. Big up Vic Ram, everything good? Good to see you. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go.
Guys, steadily one by one. Guys, steadily one by one. Guys, steadily one by one. 1 count, 2 count, 3 count, 4.
All right, here we go. We're just hopefully they catch up. Looks like they're going to catch up, though. Good to see you guys. 190 people in the house. 160 thumbs up. Thanks, guys.
A couple of new chants today. Yeah, so that was the Worldwide Rally for Freedom out of Toronto. What else do we have for you today? We have, I think it was, I don't think anybody was arrested or anything, not that I know of. Okay, in other news, the people at Global Affairs Canada are dismissing this notion that Canadians Michael Kovrig was involved in espionage. He's one of the guys that was arrested and was detained in China, along with another Canadian, Michael Spavor. So there was a report in the Globe and Mail saying that Spavor, who along with Kovrig was jailed in China for almost 3 years, is now seeking a multi-million-dollar settlement with the federal government here in Canada. So the Globe has two unnamed sources that they're pointing to in this story. And in this report, they're saying that Spavor alleges he was detained because he unwittingly provided intelligence on North Korea to Canada. And then, according to the report in the Globe, according to those sources, Spavor's lawyer says that his client was arrested by China because of information he shared with Kovrig, which was then later passed on to the Canadian government and its Five Eyes partners. And Spavor apparently, according to this report, didn't have knowledge of that. And as part of Kovrig's diplomatic duties with the Foreign Affairs Department's Global Security Reporting Program. So I don't know. Unnamed sources. Now it's a lawsuit. They're in jail for a long time, and over in China. And you have to remember that there was that whole thing with Huawei at the time as well. So that complicates everything. And we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out in court. But it might be a very good thing for the Canadian people, because with that court case, over time, we might actually get some additional information that who knows what that might reveal. Interesting case for sure. The United States is considering possibly tactical recovery plans for the hostages in the Gaza Strip. They say they're keeping all options on the table. You know, they have over 200 hostages still. And I'm amazed, actually. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm amazed that the media isn't making more of a thing over this. Honestly, I think back to the Iran hostage crisis in the 1970s when Jimmy Carter was president, and they had a running day count on newscasts, how many days those hostages had been held in captivity. And with this, it's almost like a sidebar story in this. Well, I guess it is sort of a sidebar story, so maybe it's just being overshadowed by the war between Israel and Hamas. But I'm surprised that there is not more attention being focused on this. Bottom line is, tonight, U.S. officials are saying they're looking at every option. You know, this idea that they might consider some sort of a tactical strategy. In other words, go in and rescue them. I think that's a concoction by the media. You never know. It could happen. But sounds pretty risky to me. Very risky. On the other hand, what other choice do they have? We saw how it went with Jimmy Carter, though. He tried to rescue the hostages, and that went south. Helicopters crashed in the desert. Everything fell apart. It was a disaster. So we shall see. The truth is, in this case, they're not really telling you anything. The reports are out there that they might consider a tactical rescue, but in reality, they're saying all options are on the table. So who the heck knows? And you'd have to be a lunatic and completely incompetent to telegraph what you're going to do, especially if you're going to launch a tactical rescue. So this is who the heck knows. They're probably saying that because there is pressure on especially the government of Israel to take some sort of action. I know that the families of hostages there have been marching, protesting. They want something done. You can understand the emotion behind that. So I think that that report is more about that than actually revealing information to the public about what the administration plans to do, the U.S. administration. But where's the count? Because there are Americans being held hostage over there, and the Biden administration, I think the media is not holding the Biden administration's feet to the fire on this one. I don't think that the Biden administration, the U.S. government in general, is being held to proper account on this whole episode, this whole thing. I mean, there is some pressure from mainstream media and a lot from independent media on the administration, but not to the degree that I would have expected. Strange. It's kind of strange why they're not being pushed to put more pressure on Hamas to resolve this hostage crisis. And, there's that visit by President Xi. And, this is kind of hilarious, actually. So you have, there was a protest on the Bay Bridge. And this is a pro-Palestinian protest on the Bay Bridge, and people blocked the bridge. I don't know where they find these people. They blocked the bridge with their cars, and then some of them threw their car keys into the drink. What's the point? Why would you do that? If you don't want them to have the keys to your vehicle, I don't know, like you could hide them, or I don't know, but why would you throw them in the water? You'll never get them back. Now your car is screwed, man. Now you need to get a new ignition switch installed. That's expensive. And if it's chipped, like, you've got a real problem now, you dummy. My God, they'll just tow them away anyway. I'm sure they did. Anyway, here's just a little bit of the news conference from that day. It was just, I don't know, it blows my dumb some of these people.
50 CHP personnel are on scene. They're making active arrests as I speak, and they're towing vehicles as we speak.
See, they just
working
tow
with Caltrans and our law enforcement partners.
Not a good
and I'm welcome to take any questions.
Were you caught off guard?
I will say that we were not caught off guard. This was something that we were anticipating happening. We were here within a couple minutes, but they were planned. They worked together. They brought their vehicles to a stop on the freeway, and that got accomplished within seconds.
What kind of charges are the people facing?
That's something that we're going to have to work with the San Francisco District Attorney. We're going to look for the full array of charges that we can press, not only impacting traffic, impacting emergency vehicles, and not allowing people to have movement. And so we'll be looking at what those various charges are and working together to increase those charges based upon people working together to do this.
How many police officers total do you think are here?
I would estimate right now total police officers among the various agencies approximately 250.
What's your estimate of reopening the bridge?
So our goal is within 15 to 20 minutes to hopefully have one lane open. It could take up to 30 minutes. But as we work through the crowd, there's vehicles that are abandoned and vehicles that they took their keys and they tossed them into the bay. And so we have to tow those vehicles. We have no other choice. Ultimately, we don't want to open the lanes until it's safe to do so for all people. But as quickly as we can, we do want to get one lane at least open.
And for our viewers who are just tuning in and watching her live right now, repeat how many people were arrested, how many vehicles you still have to remove.
So 50 people approximately have been arrested so far. 15 vehicles have been towed. Again, those keys were tossed into the bay. And that's that calculated movement of working together that they did. We could still have 5, 10, 15 more cars to tow. Each time we work our way through the next set of vehicles, we're finding abandoned cars and more protesters. We estimate another 25 to 50 arrests could be made today.
Okay, whatever, man. It's like, it reminds me of the, the protesters who are going into art galleries and throwing paint on paintings or, stuff like that, or gluing themselves to the floor in the art gallery, or gluing their hands to a painting. I don't know. Instead of throwing your keys in the bay, why didn't you just glue your face to the pavement with some cyanoacrylate glue? Just, I don't know. Protest all you want, man. Like I just don't see the point in throwing your car keys away. It just seems stupid to me. You're just hurting yourself. They tow your car away anyway, and now you go pick it up at the compound. You can't. Now you have to get it towed from the compound, probably to actually a dealership. A regular, if it's any kind of a modern car, you won't be able to get it fixed at just at Joe's garage, because it'll have some sort of a chipped key or a push button start. So it'll be, radio activated. So you have to go to do you know what that's going to cost? Dummies. Whatever. If it makes you feel good, go for it. Here's some other pictures from that protest that day. It's just, and then I glued my face to the pavement, and then they couldn't make me move until they just grabbed me by the hair and ripped my face off, and I left my nose on the solid double yellow line. Okay, so there it is. That's not a dead body, just so you know. That's not really a person. And there's some dude sitting on a car. That's a truck, actually. And there's some people dressed up like, I was going to say a terrorist, but it's actually somebody afraid of the virus, I think. So they've got a mask on, which doubles as a disguise. So very convenient. And a couple of people there with megaphones doing the megaphone thing. And a couple more people there sticking up their heads through the sunroof. Other people standing with their arms crossed in defiance, hanging out on pickups, posing, looking pretty protest-like. Another guy going, "What the freak is going on around here? I don't know." And then there's some other people protesting there, and they can't go home now because they threw their keys in the bay. And there's a bunch of people laying around having a snooze. They brought blankets with them, as you can see. And lots of people on the bridge, and some dude getting arrested there. They're being escorted. I don't know. They have a whole bus ready to take them away. And this person was there. And I don't know. They're singing, chanting, screaming. It's a still photo. It's like, I don't mean to make light of it, but it's just, these guys here, man, this is like, I'm just to the point where, like, there's a protest, 1,000 protests a day now. It's just like, it's not even hardly news. So I could report this in a different way. Okay. Let's say, I don't know, pick an issue. Pick an issue. How about save the giraffes? Okay, so Thursday morning's commute may go down in some Bay Area commuters' personal record books as the worst drive to work ever. United States President Joe Biden was in San Francisco for the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, and protesters took over the city's, or actually it was for the Save the Giraffes Summit, and protesters took over the city's most heavily traveled bridge to get Biden's attention on the Save the Giraffes issue. They made for a very hectic day in the Bay Area. You can insert in, and then hundreds of Black Lives Matter protesters brought traffic to a complete halt within seconds as they were doing their dual BLM / Save the Giraffes, anti-G, Save Everybody in Gaza protest because it makes them feel better. While they were virtue signaling on the bridge, they decided to throw their keys in the bay because some idiot thought that would be a good idea and would really teach the elites a lesson. After throwing their keys in the bay, a few protesters realized that that would do nothing to actually save any giraffes or children and realized that they now had no way to get home. Some stood on the middle of the bridge, spread their arms out like a seagull, and said, "Perhaps I can fly home." When that didn't work, they had a meeting in the middle of the bridge, and some of them decided that since they had no way home after throwing their keys in the drink, they would just stay there overnight. So they got out their blankets, laid down on the bridge, and went to sleep. The end. I'll be right back after this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay. Politics is kind of dumb. When you think about it, it really is just kind of dumb. But it scares the crap out of some people. Sometimes it scares me too. Here's an MSM report about how they're afeared of what's coming in 2024. Maybe rightly so. I don't know. Probably there's going to be blood in the streets and things are going to get burned. It's just the American way these days. Look at this. Okay. Fears of political violence are growing as the 2024 campaign heats up and conspiracy theories evolve. Yeah. And why do I get these? I don't know. Look at these ads that run on the side. What the hell is that? I don't know. So you can go and buy these outfits, I guess. Anyway, that's another story. I just don't know. I think it's because I was looking at shirts, but men's shirts, whatever. Okay. How does this start off? This story says the man who bludgeoned former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer last year was consuming a steady diet of right-wing conspiracy theories before an attack that took place with the midterm elections less than 2 weeks away. As the 2024 presidential campaign heats up, experts on extremism fear the threat of politically motivated violence will intensify. From Pizzagate to QAnon and to Stop the Steal, conspiracy theories that demonized Donald Trump's enemies are morphing and spreading as the frontrunner for the 2024 Republican nomination aims for a return to the White House. Where does this say here? He says, there's a quote here from Jacob Ware, a research fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, who focuses on domestic terrorism. And he says, no longer are these conspiracy theories and very divisive and vicious ideologies separated at the fringes. They're now infiltrating American society on a massive scale. I understand what he's saying. I do. There's some real truth to that. There is real polarization. I think there's radicalization on both sides here. And I think that people are being pushed to the outer edges of the political landscape on both sides, becoming more and more radicalized. You're seeing more and more confrontation in the streets. Of course you are. And yeah, I think it's not that there's a danger of violence. There's going to be violence. Yeah. It's not a risk. It's going to happen. 100%. 100%. Don't know where, don't know when, but I guarantee there will be violence in the streets as we get into, the heat of the election. A federal jury on Thursday convicted Donald DePape of attacking Paul Pelosi at his San Francisco home on October 28th, 2022. Yeah, you know what, man? Yeah, you're seeing it there. Okay, so that guy, he was triggered, something wacky in his head. You've seen that Adrian Espiro, who was there at the RFK event. He clearly had something screwed up in his head. And there was, I think, some real danger there to RFK Jr. He's under constant threat, I think. Trump, I don't know. If you think back, there's always been real concern about his security, although it seems like the concerns surrounding that have been diminished. But if you think back to even the first time he ran, there were some people tried to get up on the stage with him. So there were real concerns that someone might actually try to kill him. Some people still worried about that. But I think all of these candidates are at risk, honestly. And you're seeing that there's crap going on where people are being subjected to stuff online that is screwing with their minds. Like that guy at the amusement park. I think that was in Colorado as well. About, a week ago. There's weird stuff going on out there, man. And then he was clearly mentally tortured. He went to this amusement park. It looked like, from everything that happened, like he was maybe going there to commit some act of violence, but tortured in his mind. He ended up, writing on a washroom wall, "I am not a killer," and then he committed suicide. That is weird. It's really weird. Other things going on out there too, like Pilot, who was actually off duty but was flying, and he was in the cockpit, and then he reached up and he pulled the emergency fuel handles or whatever and tried to crash the plane because he says he had taken magic mushrooms. I don't know. There's something else going on there, I think, but he said he was in like a dream-like state or whatever it was. I think there's way more going on there than meets the eye. And I don't know if we'll ever really know the full truth of what happened to that guy, but I bet you they'll never let him fly a plane again. Plane, he didn't take it down, But he said he thought he was having a dream. That's weird. Seems to me he must have been subjected to some sort of psychological trigger that made him do whatever he was doing. That's the only logical explanation to me. This whole notion that I was just really tired and a couple of days ago I took some shrooms and the next thing you know, I was in there and I just thought I had to get out of the dream. I don't understand it. Yeah, man, you don't understand it because you've been messed with psychologically. They should get that guy some sort of a psychological intervention, dig down into his brain and figure out who did that to him, because I think somebody did that to that guy. Just like the guy at the amusement park, just like the guy who scaled the wall to get in and into RFK Jr.'s house. And there's a lot of other stuff going on out there. I bet you there are things going on that we're not even hearing about with people being triggered. And I think there are people even here in Canada who are at risk of this same kind of behavior. There's a psyop going on, man. You can see it with these incidents. It ain't right. It ain't something's not right. We're in deep doo-doo. Plain as day, if you just open your eyes and just take a look at what's going on out there, and things are just, politics is always divisive and raucous, but it's never been so volatile as it is right now. And then this from Kareem Assad, I just noticed this post from her. She had a couple of posts about this bank, Scotiabank, being locked down in Toronto at Scotia Center. And the protesters are there. It's a pro-Palestine rally. They take it right into the bank. And this makes me, I'm sorry, it makes me laugh as well, because, all these banks, like all the big companies, they've all gone woke, right? So they've all made this huge effort to be politically correct and score points with the public and the government by saying all the right things, having all the right policies, by, indoctrinating people into their, new employees and existing employees into, left-wing woke progressive politics with training programs. And I know every company now does it, at least in Canada. I think in the US too. You get hired, or if you've been there for a while, they subject you to training programs where you have to have sensitivity training and how to deal with people when they come in, and what do you do with someone who's in a wheelchair, and what do you do with a visible minority person, and what do you do here, and what do you do there, and and here's this gender whatever. Like they tell you how to think in order to do your job. It's all social engineering. I know, I went through it when I was working at the auto parts place for a while. They make you go through this stuff. You have to sit there and watch videos about, how to treat women, what to say, what not to say. The one thing was just really stupid. But anyway, I won't get into it. It was, what happens when somebody comes in a wheelchair? Like, how do you treat them? Get out of here. Nobody allowed in here in wheelchairs. We don't serve your kind here. Yeah, I'm going to say that. No, I don't think so. Like, what are they? I don't know. It was just, we don't do no wheelchair people here. No, I'm not going to do that. But anyhow, I remember how stupid it was, but here we are. Scotiabank, totally woke, like all of these companies. And it's not doing them any good, because the protesters still show up and they have to lock the bank down. And I'm telling you, these protesters, it's the same people that went out to protest for all the other things were protested. I'm just, I don't, no special conviction on this particular issue. It's just the latest thing. Okay. Anyway, just check this out. So this is outside, and this is an exchange between the protesters and this security guard. He doesn't work for the bank. He works for the building. The building has a bunch of different businesses and offices and things in it. And so he's there guarding the door so these protesters can't get in.
Yeah, I know. You're getting paid. Your dollars that you're earning is funding this genocide pipeline. Your bosses are the ones who pocket it, and then it's transferred over.
But the bank pays your provider, your employer, sorry, and then you get paid from that money.
Yeah.
No.
And if you don't work for the bank, then what are you doing standing here?
Do a government grant.
I work for the people who own the building.
And they get money from Scotiabank, who pays that rent, does not go towards your.
Got him.
In a very convoluted way, yes.
In a way that profiting off
Gotcha.
the aspect is convoluted.
It just.
Yeah, that would be nicer. Yeah, because
Why
it'd
is
be
she
nicer if
doing
we had a way that we didn't have
Why
to
is she bending down like that?
We're not allowed to do it?
Sorry, where are you trying to get to?
I have a meeting at Scotia Plaza.
Yeah.
Do you know where?
Just in the tap, yeah. Let's go, or we're not allowed to do it. It's in lockdown?
The bank is in lockdown.
Careful, you might be a scary communist.
Against Scotiabank right now.
Okay, sorry. We can't, so basically we can't get in the building, right?
Right? You can get it. Or just when you're making money for Scotiabank, you can get it. If I give Scotiabank some money right now, would I be allowed in?
No,
Why not?
because you're a jerk.
I'm a jerk.
You're a jerk.
It's just. If I was to make a deposit, could it go inside? No. Why? Because you're a jerk. Oh, look, he's proud of what he said too. Oh man, it's a terrible issue. Okay. I'm not laughing about I'm just laughing because it's just my guess is these people who are there talking to this guy, they probably have no clue really what it is they're even protesting about. They're probably clueless. Probably all a bunch of complete twits. Okay. Politics is stupid. Protests. What are you doing today? Protesting. Oh, same thing you did yesterday? Yep. Oh, and then there's this. Yep. Showed it to you before, showing it to you again, just 'cause. Oh, and then don't know if I should tell you this, but my son shared this on social media today. And I don't know if this is sacrilege or if he'll burn in hell for sharing it. I don't know. Is this a sin? I don't think so. Just like, what is that? That is Star Wars 2 Battlefront video game. He's holding it up. Oh. Okay. Well, it's, I can see why some people might worship that. That's funny too. I don't know if it's news, but he shared it. So I'm sharing it too. What else can I tell you about tonight? Oh yeah, we've got this thing here too. This is Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau. Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. And we've got this.
My fellow Canadians, I, your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, am here to save the day once again.
What does that mean?
It has come to my attention that Pierre Poilievre has weaponized the fruits.
Like what?
Like the apple. Yes, you heard me right. He ate the apple and used its energy to spew hate and supremacy.
What does that mean?
Towards a dear friend.
Like who?
A CBC reporter. People always say that I stand up for my friends.
Like which people would say that?
People like my mom. Well, I will not stand for this. Starting tomorrow, I will ban all apples in Canada, including crab apples and all apple products. Canada has no place for hate and supremacy. Furthermore, tomorrow will be declared National No Hate Apple Day. As your awesome leader, you're welcome, and God bless me.
What are you talking about?
People are having a field day with that. How do you like them apples? Polyev got a lot of traction with that "How do you like them apples" video, where he kind of put that reporter in his place. What's this? This is Barry Thong, man. He's been on the program a few times. He posted this today, I guess. Share this with you. You can see what I'm talking about. It says here, it's time for an apology. I don't know. This is, what paper is that from? Is it from Druthers, or what is it from? Let me show you. Sideways. You have to turn your head sideways to read it. It says it's time for an apology. Government apology and commitment to restitution. On behalf of the government of Canada, I humbly extend my sincerest apologies to all Canadians for the deep actions taken by governments which have resulted in undue suffering and harm to all Canadians. It says, it is our moral and legal duty to recognize the consequences of government policies that have caused harm and to take meaningful steps toward reconciliation. In particular, we now recognize and acknowledge that despite our rhetoric of following the science, in quotation marks, and our commitment to protecting Canadians, the government implemented policies which were rash, scientifically unsupported, harmful, and in violation of fundamental rights and freedoms. We humbly acknowledge that we have caused pain, trauma, and hardship to countless Canadians. These actions are not unlike the countless. What's that say? Oh, yeah. These actions are not unlike the internment of Japanese Canadians during World War II and the cultural cleansing of Indigenous children in residential schools. Our COVID policies and mandates are another dark chapter in our history. I'm turning my head sideways so I can read it. We also recognize the hostile. What is this? What is this? They're writing. I don't. This. It says it's from the Prime Minister of Canada. It says sincerely. What does this say? I think they wrote this for him. There's no way that Trudeau wrote this. What the heck is that? Like, talk about fake news. Is that what this is? He did not write this. This isn't. Justin Trudeau never said this. No way. What the hell is this? It goes on and on. It's a full page. And then it's written right now. Together, we must work towards a Canada where all individuals are treated with dignity, respect, and equality. Sincerely, Prime Minister of Canada. It's not signed, obviously. And then what's Barry saying up here? He says, Weldon, he says, the only thing that will make this better is for all your assets be seized. You charged under the Nuremberg Code, Any and all future events with regards to human rights and coercion must be prevented. A signed declaration by any and all government employees stating a clause of non-corporation must be signed before any position is granted. Any and all outside interference in our country or any country must be assured no corporate interference by the WEF, UN, or any other What else do you say? Financial institutions are globalists or capitalists. Can or will be tolerated. Treason of the highest levels must rain down upon. And civil servant will ever be tolerated again for the remainder of history. You work for us. We do not work for you. Right. I don't know what that article is. There's no way. I don't get it. I guess what they're doing here, I guess they have written this and they want the prime minister to sign it. I don't know what publication it's from. Just politics is stupid and weird. That's not going to happen. There's no way. There's no way. There's just no way. Not at this point. Maybe in the years ahead, but not right now. Fat chance. That's kind of a weird post. Anyway, I just don't know. I don't know. Things are just getting stranger by the day. Because the way that's written, it just looks like Justin Trudeau said all that stuff. Did not say it. What else do I have to share with you tonight? What other weird things? Oh, Queen Romana Didulo, you know, the Queen of Canada. Queen of QAnon. I guess they were out in Saskatchewan, and as you probably have heard, they were staying in this old schoolhouse, her and her followers, and it sent people in the town there. What's the name of the town again? It's Richmond, Saskatchewan. The people there have been in a tizzy. They're afraid of those folks, afraid that they might get violent. And as I understand it, the QAnon Queen Didulo of Canada, whatever, they have written letters or declarations threatening the residents with possible violence. It's kind of weird. It's weird. And this is the same group that went to Peterborough. I believe it was Peterborough, and they decided they were going to arrest the cops. Okay. And that didn't go well, and a bunch of them got arrested. We've shown you footage of that before. Excuse me. Anyway, they've left that schoolhouse now, and apparently they are some other place on farmland, camping out about 11 kilometers outside that community. So there's an update on that story for you. Auto workers in the US of A, Ford and Stellantis have voted in favor of new contracts. So this is fresh tonight. And their deal is very similar to what General Motors got. Those workers will get a pay increase, of course. So the deal at Stellantis passed, I guess, by a 10,000 vote margin. And workers at Ford voted 69.3% in favor of their new deal, which passed with nearly 15,000 votes on the positive side of the margin. So that's good news for the economy, good news for America, good news for Canada. It gets people back to work, gets the country producing again, gets more cars produced, keeps families fed, keeps the economy humming, raises the standard of living for everyone. So the companies have agreed to dramatically raise pay for top scale assembly plant workers with increases and cost of living adjustments that will translate into a 33% wage gain. Top assembly plant workers will receive immediately an 11% pay raise and will end up earning roughly $42 US per hour at the time of the expiry of the agreement in April of 2028. That is pretty darn good money. You can certainly combat inflation with that, I would say. And since you're seeing on average, I think in the US, since the Biden administration has come into office, inflation at the grocery store on average, somewhere around 20, 22, 23% in real terms for staple items that you purchase. A 33% increase in wage gains will offset that. I don't know if at the end of the 4-year term of the agreement, if it will, shake down into an overall gain, because there will likely be more inflation between now and then. Much will depend on government policy, who wins the next election, and how much money printing takes place. Print more money, it's worth less. They've also agreed in principle to bring new electric vehicle battery plants into the national union contract. So that will give the UAW an opportunity to unionize the EV battery plants. And that's important to the union because the workers in those facilities do represent a growing share of the industry jobs. And again, how much of a factor that will be will depend on who gets elected, because you just heard Donald Trump say, bring back those internal combustion engines, or more to the point, don't get rid of them. Keep on building them. And he'll drill, baby, drill to get you the fuel to keep on trucking in your F-150, your GMC pickup, your Ram, your SUV, your car, whatever you choose. What else do I have for you this evening? We're humming along here now. We're making pretty good progress on these stories. Oh, if you think that the, fuel companies always come out on top, think again. Not always. Not always. There is a fuel company out in the Maritimes, that's out in Eastern Canada, that has declared bankruptcy. It's true. Maritime Fuels. Let me get you the details on that one. I had it here. Where are my notes? Notes. Yeah. They've been a player in that industry for a long time out in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. They supply home heating oil. And PricewaterhouseCoopers has confirmed, the accounting firm, that they are now the appointed trustee in bankruptcy for the Maritime Fuels business failure. Yeah. So you see, it's not as easy to make money in the fuel industry as some people might think, but it really, as a guy who worked at a gas station, put myself through college and university with my parents' help, but I did work at gas stations. I can tell you that if you are running an independent business selling fuel, it's pretty tough because it's a commodity and the margins are paper thin if you are just a retailer, because fuel companies, oil companies have become vertically integrated businesses, which means they generally control. They set up a series of businesses. And what people don't understand about the fuel industry is if you're an oil company, they have one company set up for drilling exploration, right? And then they have other companies for like refining, and they'll set up another company for like retail. And so they kind of sell it to themselves all the way down the chain. And then they also make the fuel available at a wholesale level to independent retailers. But these days, there are almost no independent retailers left. No mom and pop gas stations are really around anymore. Very few. Most of them just in smaller communities. Sometimes you see them at marinas, places where you don't have as much volume. If there's a lot of volume to be done, it's generally a corporate owned gas station. And even there, the margins at the retail level for that particular level of their business is still paper thin. That's why when you go into these places now, they're selling you pizza and chicken wings and chips and pop and chocolate bars and all kinds of confectionaries and I don't know, Slinkies. Yeah, that's a wonderful toy. And Christmas is coming up. Do you remember Slinkies? Of course you do. There's a whole story about Slinkies and entrepreneurship and what a crazy runaway success that thing became. Who would have thunk? A spring. It's just a big spring. And now you can get Slinkies, mini Slinkies, plastic Slinkies, metal Slinkies, original Slinkies. I used to sell those things at the hobby shops that I used to own. Talk about paper thin margins. People love those things. We used to sell lots of them at Christmas. Classic toys. Love those things. But I could never make mine walk down the stairs. Were you guys ever able to do that? Who could make the Slinky walk down the stairs? Slinky. Slinky's a wonderful toy. Have I shown this? Why do I feel like I ran this? I think we did run this the other night, didn't we? Like about 2 months ago or whatever. I don't know. I'm running it again because I just happened to think of it. Maybe I've got slinky brain. Now there's a condition. Hey, yeah. Could you imagine doing mushrooms, smoking weed, watching some QAnon videos, and then playing with a slinky at the same time while you're listening to Purple Haze?
Slinky toys are fun toys. What walks downstairs alone or in pairs and makes a slinkity sound. A spring, a marvelous thing. Everyone knows it's Slinky. It gives a big lift when wrapped as a gift. A very likable toy. It's falling in place, brings smiles to your face. Something kids can enjoy. It's Slinky, it's Slinky. For fun, it's a wonderful toy. It's Slinky, it's Slinky. It's fun for a girl and a boy. And Slinky mobiles with big slinky wheels and pistons that move as you go. It makes a great sound when you pull it around. The driver's an old-timey fellow. A slinky dog, a slinky train, many more wonderful toys. You tug the string, they do their thing. They're great for girls and boys. They're Slinkies, really wonderful toys. They're Slinkies, they're fun for girls and boys. Slinky, Slinky Dog, Slinky Mobile, all Slinky toys sold separately by James Industries.
So what a great Christmas gift that would make, right? And I heard that, and maybe I'll just look it up here while we're on do this on the fly, that Toys R Us is going to try to make a comeback with bricks and mortar stores. Toys R Us making a comeback. Yeah. So yes, they are thinking of doing it. And let's see if I can get the details on this. So Toys R Us, is Toys R Us coming back to Arizona? Yeah, well, they're looking at doing, I think, a nationwide thing. And so what they're going to do is, I think it's ill-advised, honestly. I wouldn't invest in it if I were you. But hey, whatever. Let's see if I can bring this up. Right there. Okay. Put it up on the screen. Here's a report, one of a bunch. This is out of Arizona, but anyway, Toys R Us was sort of like heaven for children during its peak popularity from the 1980s to early 2000s. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So back, it all kind of fell apart between 2017, 2018 when the company filed for bankruptcy, closing all of their stores in the US, UK, and Australia. And now, almost 6 years later, Toys R Us is making a comeback with 24 flagship stores opening up across the United States within the next year, as announced by parent company WHP Global in a media release. But will they be open in time for Christmas? I think they're going to have a real tough time. The only thing that they can do to compete, and why would, I think they kind of tried to do this when they were going belly up unsuccessfully, is you need to turn it into kind of an experience, right? You can't just expect people to run down to the bricks and mortar store and buy it for the same price that they can buy it for online when they can have it delivered right to their door. So here's the media release. What are they saying here? And this is actually they unveiled bold new plans for the expansion of the iconic toy brand. The company announced today, and this is actually back in September, but there are new stories coming out about it because, of course, Christmas is just around the corner. So the retail group is ready to roll out the Toys R Us flagship stores nationwide in the U.S. beginning in 2024, so next year. And the first Toys R Us airport store will open in November at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport through a partnership with Duty Free Americas. Now, see, that's smart because there you've got a captive market with bored travelers, nothing more to do, nothing else to do. They're trapped in the airport, and you can charge a premium price for your product, as they always do at the airports, and give them an experience at the same time. So that could work. The Toys R Us brand is growing fast, and our expansion into air, land, and sea is a testament to the brand's strength, said Yehuda Schmidman, chairman and CEO of WHP Global. Since acquiring Toys R Us, we have increased our global retail footprint by more than 50%, with openings in the United States, United Kingdom, India, Dubai, and Mexico. We now have over 1,400 stores and e-commerce sites across 31 countries. And as we head into 2024, we are excited to bring Toys R Us to consumers everywhere, whether you're visiting one of our stores at Macy's, at our flagships, in an airport, or on board a cruise ship. Toys R Us marked its return in the U.S., opening a 20,000 square foot flagship at American Dream in 2021, followed by the launch of 452 Toys R Us shops at Macy's stores nationwide in 2022. In partnership with Go, retail group Toys R Us flagship stores will open in prime locations that complement the existing retail footprint at Macy's. Similar to the global flagship at American Dream, the new flagship stores will serve as epicenters of immersive fun, providing customers with a destination to explore and discover the hottest toys. Yeah, okay. So not a bad plan. If they're going to team up with Macy's, maybe. But it's about, like I said, you got to make it an experience. As a specialty retailer with deep roots in the toy and game industry, we are thrilled and honored to partner with WHP Global to expand the base of Toys R Us flagship stores, said Gideon Schlesinger, CEO of Go Retail Group, with over 30 years of experience in all 50 states, Our focus will be to do what we do best, provide valuable brick and mortar logistics and operational excellence to this iconic brand. Yeah, so they talk about the Dallas-Fort Worth location, 70 years of Toys R Us as a global leader in the toy category. And yeah, the brand still has value. It generates more than $2 billion in global retail sales annually, still through 1,400 stores and e-commerce businesses in 31 countries. So there you go. Like, I didn't even know that Toys R Us was even still a thing, because around here, they're all gone. I didn't realize, but they still have 1,400 locations. And what was it? 1.2 billion or whatever the heck. Yeah. That's pretty cool. The question that I have, though, is, I mean, when I went to Toys R Us, they had every toy under the sun in there, right? And except sometimes, no, not true. Our stores, my hobby shops, we used to carry stuff you just could not get anyplace else. That's how we would compete, because we'd have all kinds of eclectic, weird science fiction stuff, and even military models, like plastic model kits and things. A lot of that stuff, dealing with a lot of history. And we catered a lot to like hobbyists, model. There were club. My question is, will they have this? Will they have this at Toys R Us? Hang on. I got to cue it up for you. Will they have the Trumpinator? If they don't, they should. I see there are things in life that are superfluous, things that you just really don't need. They're like dust collectors, things that, just aren't necessary. And then there are staple items, things like food, shelter, and bobbleheads, things you just have to have. Now, I don't have any for sale. Okay. So that was not an advertisement. That was news. I'm just showing you some of the top Christmas items for 2023. All right. Just sharing. The Trumpinator bobblehead. It's funny. I think that's hilarious. Everyone needs one. Now, if you could take a Trump bobblehead and turn it into a Slinky, now that would be something, right? Okay. Don't go away. When I come back, Bigfoot. We got to talk about Bigfoot. And actually, this whole thing about the Christmas stuff, I didn't even expect to get into that tonight. But that gives me an idea for a whole episode, or at least a part of an episode. Somebody I'm going to call. Maybe we can do an interview to talk about collectibles and stuff like that. That would be a cool show. Cool interview. Different. Going to work on that one. Don't go away.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Fear not the storm. For truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so the other night we did the whole weird news thing, right? And then that got me to thinking more about Bigfoot, and I did run the one piece there about the recording of Bigfoot that was recorded in the woods, and of course, what more proof do you need? Well, as I've been digging and doing more investigating, I've come across more proof. More proof. There's all kinds of reports of Bigfoot coming in from all over the place. Somebody sent me some footage. I can't find it anymore. So I think that's like a conspiracy theory wrapped up in a riddle, which is actually reality, which shows that the CIA probably infiltrated, got into my computer and deleted the message that came in. But there was a whole thing about a whole tribe of Bigfoots, or was it Big Feet? I don't know. But they're apparently migrating and heading east. And a bunch of these things have actually made their way to Canada. And it's amazing how widespread they are, because I'm finding reports of Big Feet all over the place now. Look at this, man. There's a university. Sasquatch University, where they study Big Feet. Yeah, it's a true thing, man. Yeah, it's true. Oh, I gave you the wrong thing. Here we are. And there's all kinds of news there about it and everything. Yeah, so I'm going to learn more about Sasquatch University. Here it is. There it is, Sasquatch University. See? It's like a science. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's actual science. And you can go to university and get a degree, I guess, in Sasquatchology. Oh, they're going to make a TV show out of this, I guess. And Trent University Sasquatch Society is in Peterborough, and they're searching for Bigfoot. Big Feet. And they've been getting some media attention, and I had no idea how serious this all was, but I guess it's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal, and no wonder, because there are Sasquatch, Big Feet, Bigfoot sightings all over the place. It's amazing, and I mean, how much more proof do you need, right? So I went and I found This is probably the best Bigfoot sighting I've come across to date. So if you want proof of the existence of Bigfoot, big feet, here's one anyway for sure. And so I'm going to share it with you here. So I just don't want anybody coming back saying, Rick, this whole damn thing is a hoax. All right. Here's the video. Here's the evidence.
Rumor has it there's a Sasquatch in Afton, and I've heard something outside all day. Oh my goodness! What is that? Here we go. It's real. Sasquatch is real.
Told you.
He's very scary. He's coming to get me.
Oh, man. Just saying. That was pretty good. What else do I have for you tonight? We got to get ready because in a few minutes we're going to join Lori on Strange Bedfellows. I'm going to have to flip a few switches and things here. But there's also this. See, it's turned into Bigfoot, or maybe more accurately, Sasquatch mania. And, some communities, they might be grifting, but it has become something of an industry. And it's a big thing for tourists. And so I did also come across this Sasquatch call out. It's a competition. Yeah, it's a real thing. And some of these people are pretty damn good at it, actually. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So these guys, this is the Bigfoot calling contest. And let's just let it roll, and we'll show you what it's all about. And I think this is a lot of fun. So here we go. Wow.
This is going to be the Ohio howl.
Little hog call. Thank you.
Pig, 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 pig. Pig. Oh.
That's hilarious. I love it. Oh my. I like that. That's pretty damn good. They're bigger. What's this? Who are these guys? There's a band playing here, just came up. I don't know. What I got to do is, what time is it? We've got about 5 minutes to fill here before we bring Lori on with Strange Bedfellows. You know what I'm going to do? I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you a Kevin Westfall video. How about that? And then we can do a little musical transition from Maverick News into Strange Bedfellows. So stay with me. And just a reminder that you can support the show, support the channel, support the work we're doing here by donating at maverickdonations.com. Right there. There's the URL, maverickdonations.com. And you can also support us at freedomreporters.com. And I did receive a few donations, and I have been so busy. I do apologize. I normally would send out a thank you message. I just haven't been able to get to it, but I will. So if you've donated and you haven't received your thank you message yet, that's a coming. It's a coming. I'll get to it. I'm just swamped with research every day, dealing with my other business, which pays the bills, and then doing the show, of course. So it's more than a full-time job just doing this. And I really, really, really appreciate the support because it does help cover the expenses here, and helps more than you know. So thank you so much. Really, really need the help. And for those of you who have done that, greatly, greatly appreciate it. So freedomreporters.com. Please like, share, subscribe. Like on Facebook, share it. Subscribe on YouTube if you're watching there. Over on Rumble too. Make sure you subscribe, please, if you're so inclined to head on over to Rumble. That's an important platform for us. So again, let me take a quick break. Come back on the other side as we get ready to join Lori on Strange Bedfellows in about 3 minutes.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, now I have to figure out technically how to flip over to Lori's program somehow. But here's Kevin Westfall and a typical day on the 401. I love Kevin. Oops.
Hey, brother. You heading to Toronto?
Yes, sir.
Hop in, man. That's where we're going. All right. Hey, boys, we got a guy with a guitar heading to Toronto.
Well, they're all backed up and they're down to a crawl. There's tractor trailers wall to wall. Construction ahead, cut down to one lane, and they're all tailgating in the freezing rain. Well, there's some getting in, and others getting off. If you can't get in, they'll just cut you off. They're flipping birds, they're honking horns. You better buckle up, you better lock your doors. On the 401, just a typical day on the 401. You never know in Ontario what you see on the 401. Well, I set my cruise and I start to gain. I work my way into the middle lane. Then it dawns on me and I realize, hell, everybody's doing 135. There's a car in the ditch flipped over on fire. There's a jackknife trailer that lost a tire. They're all rubbernecking heading down the hill. The fire department's cleaning up a fuel spill. On the 401, just a typical day on the 401. You never know in Ontario what you see on the 401. Woo! That's right. Now, right when you think you've seen it all, A guy at the side needs texting, taking a call. He's eating a burger and sipping hot tea as he's shifting gears as he steers with his knees. There's dump trucks, tow trucks all around. Every 2 minutes there's a plane coming down. Well, you can reach out and touch their wings, and the sound of sirens always rings. On the 401, just a typical day on the 401. You never know in Ontario what you see on the 401. I pray when I drive, I make it home alive each day when the day is done. Cause you never know in Ontario what you'll see on the 401. On the 401, just a typical day on the 401. You never know in Ontario what you see on the 401. No, you never know in Ontario what you'll see on that 401. Be safe now. Get over. Get over. Slow down. Hey. What are you looking at? You looking at me? Get over. Holy. You're going the wrong way. Get the fuck over. Let's go. Hurry. Hey. What are you looking at? Slow the fuck down. Get off my face. Back up. Get over.
Thank you, Kevin, for that. And what I'm doing right now is, as I say, I'm trying to get the technical stuff worked out here so that, there we go. I'm just making some changes here so that we can add Lori's program to the live feed. Just give me one moment and we'll pick it up right here. We've almost got it. And just make sure we've got some audio going, and I think we do. Come back over here, just clicking a few things. We're getting her. Almost there.
Because politics makes strange bedfellows.
There we go.
A universe full of ideas. We draw likeness from the dark
out of here and
to a place where opposites attract. Right meets left. Positive touches negative, sparking an explosion of truth. Because politics makes strange bedfellows. In a universe full of ideas, we draw likeness from the dark to a place where opposites attract. Right meets left, positive touches negative, sparking an explosion of truth. Because politics makes strange bedfellows. In a universe full of ideas, we draw likeness from the dark to a place where opposites attract. Right meets left, positive touches negative, sparking an explosion of truth. Because politics makes strange bedfellows. In a universe full of ideas, we draw likeness from the dark to a place where opposites attract. Right meets left, Positive touches negative, sparking an explosion of truth. Because politics makes strange bedfellows. In a universe full of ideas, we draw lightness from the dark to a place where opposites attract. Right meets left, positive touches negative, sparking an explosion of truth. Because politics makes strange bedfellows.
Hey, Rick Walker.
Hey.
Good evening to you. Good evening, everyone out there. Welcome to Strange Bedfellows, episode 21. I think we're up. And I'm your host, Lori Spencer. Of course, you guys know Rick Walker from Maverick News. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for spending your Saturday evening with us. And we have a special show on tap for you tonight. Of course, it's that time of year again. When and this one is kind of special. The 60th anniversary of the JFK assassination is coming up this week, I think on Wednesday, November 27th. And tonight on Strange Bedfellows, we are devoting the entire 2-hour program to remembering President Kennedy's life and legacy as we mark the 60th anniversary of his death. You know, in late October of 1963, a month before he was assassinated, President Kennedy received an honorary degree from Amherst College. And in his acceptance speech, he said that a nation reveals itself not only by the men it produces, but also by the men it honors, then it remembers. And I think that there could be a better time to remember President Kennedy, because I look at my country today, and maybe yours too, Rick, and I see so much stuff on social media now that bin Laden was right, Hitler was right, Stefan Bandera is a hero, and that's what we're supposed to think. That's literally what they're trying to feed us right now. If those are the men that we honor, if those are the men that we remember, we're in trouble. I would like to focus on President Kennedy because he really, truly was, in my opinion, a man of peace and one of the greatest presidents we ever had, and the sort of president that we ought to honor instead of people like Adolf Hitler. I hope some of you out there still agree that Hitler is bad and that by comparison, Kennedy looks damn good. At least I certainly hope so. Our guest tonight is Bruce DeTorres. He's the marketing director for Trine Day Publishing, and they publish a lot of great books on the JFK case, the assassinations. He's also the host of World Stage on TNT Radio and author of an interesting new book called God, School, 9/11, and JFK, The Lies That Are Killing Us and the Truth That Sets Us Free. And I'd like to bring Bruce in right now so that you guys can get to know him as well and learn about his book. Hi, Bruce. Welcome to the show.
Hi, and thank you. And you too, Rick. How are you both?
Great. Very nice to meet you.
Good.
Nice to meet you both.
So this is your second show of the day. You already did your, was it your radio show that you do on TNT earlier today?
It certainly is. And like I told you earlier, this is my reward to get to talk about JFK for a while.
My favorite subject. I never get tired of that. I've been a JFK buff, nerd, historian, whatever you want to call me, for more than 40 years. You know, every time we have a big anniversary roll around for the 50th, I went down to Dallas and covered that. And the 50th anniversary, were you there, Bruce? Did you go?
But I watched this thing in Dallas. You were there in Dallas?
I was there. It was crazy that year because, Dallas is usually warm in November. But that year we had a freak ice storm and snowstorm that rolled in the night before. And so, there was this big celebration in Dealey Plaza, and there were protests on the streets, and Alex Jones was there leading a protest because the city of Dallas decided to close off the park there at Dealey Plaza. And, they had it fenced, and, the average people couldn't get in. You had to go through this whole screening process. The Department of Homeland Security wanted your ID. They wanted to know everything about you, get a ticket just to go into Dealey Plaza and pay your respects on November 22nd. I don't know if they're doing that this year because it was such a failure last time and there was so much public outcry about it. I was offended. A lot of people were like, how dare you? It's a public park. It's owned by the city of Dallas. On the anniversary, it's always been just open to the public, but they tried to control access. And so basically the only people that got in were the elites. The important people of Dallas were the only ones allowed to attend the marking of that anniversary at 12:30 p.m. in the Plaza. I hope they don't do that this year. But it's the whole reason Alex Jones was out in the streets leading a huge protest of all the people who had been denied access to the park on that day. So I hope that things are quieter this year. But I remember being out there in the ice and the snow, and it was freezing cold. We were getting sleeted on while we were protesting in the streets. And I wasn't actually part of the protest. I was just covering it. I was covering it for Yahoo News. I was writing for Yahoo at the time. And of course, I would have gone anyway, but I just had a good excuse to have Yahoo foot the bill to send me down there and cover it. This year, I'm not going to Dallas because, like you, I'm kind of stuck here with work and I can't get away. And it's only a 4-hour drive down the road from Oklahoma City. But alas, I will not be able to attend in person this year. But I hope that all goes well in Dallas. And, I want to go down because every year we see a lot of the pioneers of the JFK conspiracy assassination research movement, they're getting old. And over the years, we've had some of the real pioneers pass away and leave us. There aren't too many left. And I kind of wanted to get down there one more time just to talk to Robert Groden, who's one of my favorite people, who I love to sit and chat with every time I go to Dealey Plaza. Tell me a little bit about your past experiences going to the JFK conferences and down to Dallas on the anniversary.
Well, I was in Dallas once for a separate business event, and in a short break, I was visiting from out of town. I borrowed someone's pickup truck, and another buddy came along to go to Dealey Plaza. It was the one and only time that I've been to Dealey Plaza, and it was at night. It was around 8 o'clock at night, and it was dark. I guess it was the fall or the late fall or whatever, but at least I got there. So I was able to experience for myself a couple things. After studying the assassination so much, I was really struck by what a small area it is, and also what a steep, to me it seemed surprisingly steep, Elm Street going down along the grassy knoll. And at night, I felt like I was in this sunken bathtub. I felt like this is just this ignominious off ramp to you're leaving the city. This little, I didn't see it in its splendor during the day and the white, fixtures all nice and whatever. I saw it at night, and I just thought, what an ignominious thing. But I got to stand on the place where Zapruder stood, and I'm really glad that I banged my shin really hard on the edge of the marble.
Ooh.
Because that just stopped me cold. Like,
Whoa.
I'm not here to suffer. And
that
yet
marble monument that they have in Deep
yeah,
Plaza.
like where
Yeah.
you get up on Zapruder's pedestal.
Oh,
they'll call it,
Zapruder pedestal,
he's
yes.
climbing on that. I banged the front of my
Mhm.
shin on the corner. And
Ow.
I'm gonna say it's marble because that's how hard it felt. And it was great because what that did was indelibly mark the memory. There's nothing like a smack in the face to make you remember, a day and time.
That's right.
And it was, even though it was night and I was only really there for maybe 15, 20 minutes, it just was not what I would have done, but at least it's, better little than nothing.
Mhm.
And it still was
Yeah.
profound. It still was really, 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 really profound. We stood behind the picket fence. So you've probably been there. You
Many,
sounds
many
like
times.
many, many times. Yeah. So
Yeah, and I've been there during the daytime, and Dealey Plaza is always bustling during the day, especially at the lunch hour, because it's a city park, and a lot of the workers in the buildings downtown take their lunch hour in the park. So you'll see, couples out there having picnics and kids on the weekends playing in the park, and it's an interesting juxtaposition because to historians like us, it's a sacred spot, it's sacred ground where a tragedy occurred, and yet to your average downtown Dallas resident, it's just their local city park, and they go have fun down
yeah,
there.
yeah.
They're not there to cry. They're not there to take the JFK tour. They're not interested in any of that. They're just they're just playing frisbee in the park.
Yeah.
But I've also been there at night, Bruce, and there's something really. I actually wrote an article about it some 15, 16 years ago, called Midnight in Dealey Plaza. And I worked up the nerve. Of course, it's not the best neighborhood, or it wasn't then. I worked up nerve to go down to Dealey Plaza at midnight. And there was really something spooky about it because that's when the place is quiet. There's nobody there. It's just you and the silence. And that's when you really feel, if there are ghosts in Dealey Plaza, that's when you feel them. Woo, I got a chill down my spine just talking about that. Actually, that's a memory I'll never forget. It's forever imprinted in my mind. And there was this gorgeous full moon shining over Dallas that night.
Well, thank you for describing that. I just vicariously lived it through my imagination.
Mhm.
And I want to ask Rick, I know Lori studied JFK. I certainly have. Do you have a special interest, or what's your thoughts about him?
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? When I was a kid, I've said this on the program before. Going down to the public library, they had Super 8mm film there of the assassination, and I used to go down, take it out on loan on a fairly regular basis, and take it home and watch it. And yeah, I've been to Dealey Plaza. I've been to the museum. So yeah, it's a piece of history, and I wouldn't say that I'm any kind of expert on the subject, but yeah, certainly I've taken note of it and tried to educate myself to some degree.
I'm curious, Rick, when you visited the 6th floor museum there at Dealey Plaza, the old Texas School Book Depository, what did you think of the experience?
I don't know, as a Canadian come down, it just felt like a museum until I got to the window and I looked down.
Mhm.
There was something about that, looking down from where the shots were supposed to have been fired from, that was, you could kind of see how it was all laid out.
And
So
everybody who stands in that window can't help, especially if you're familiar with firearms, you can't help but try to imagine making that shot.
Right.
And
And it was kind of like, no way. But
no way. That's exactly what I said too.
Yeah. Yeah, no way.
Yeah. Well, where the shots came from and, of course, who fired those shots is still a hotly debated topic to this day among JFK historians and people who have devoted their entire lives to studying this case. I'm kind of part of that community, and in our forums and at our conferences, we have historians on both sides duking it out. Even 60 years later, we don't know all the facts. Everybody has their own theory, of course, as to what happened. And I wanted to show you guys a clip. I think this is from News Nation. This is a clip they just posted yesterday. They sent a crew down to Dallas and got to talk to Robert Groden, of course, our friend Robert Groden, and some of the people who are filling in for this year's marking of the 60th anniversary. Take a look at
This
this.
month marks 60 years since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And over these past 6 decades, serious questions have persisted about what happened that fateful day in Dallas, fueled by an intermittent drip of new revelations. Well, this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, our News Nation special report, Unsolved, the JFK Assassination, will give you a closer look at firsthand accounts, shedding new light on what eyewitnesses saw and heard that day. News Nation's special correspondent Ross Coulthart will host that special. Here's a preview of his conversation with a former Yale professor who's dedicated his life to uncovering the truth.
For 60 years, Josiah Thompson has investigated that key question: who killed JFK?
It was much easier to simply say Oswald did it, but he couldn't have done it.
Thompson, a former Yale professor, has spent decades digging into the evidence, literally writing the book, casting doubts on the government's official lone gunman theory. Thompson says the evidence he's gathered proves the fatal shot came from the grassy knoll. Before retiring in 2011, Thompson worked as a private investigator for 35 years, including on high-profile criminal cases like the Patty Hearst kidnapping and the Oklahoma City bombing trial. And this Sunday, in our News Nation special report, he reveals whether he believes the government conspired to kill the president.
Well, I'm sure that if the government wanted to reinvestigate the case, they would end up with the scenario that I've ended up with after 60 years of being with this case. That this scenario works.
Also this Sunday, you'll meet Robert Groden, a photographic technician who took a copy of the Zapruder film while he worked for Life magazine.
I published the testimony I got from the doctors. I went and I questioned them all myself, over 20 of them. Every single one of them said that the shot came from the front. How did they come to that conclusion? Because the exit wound was in the back of his head.
To this day, he takes his research and theory very literally out in the open. Many weekends, you can find him selling books and videos on the infamous grassy knoll. Do you believe there was an active collusion by the Warren Commission members to suppress evidence that suggested a second shooter?
Without question.
And News Nation's special correspondent Ross Coulthart joins us now. Hey, Ross, you know, it's incredible that 60 years later, there has still been there's so many people who were there that day who still have questions about what happened.
Hi, Elizabeth. Yes, you're right. And the thing I find most extraordinary about this case, I've always been fascinated with the JFK case from Australia, where I first lived. And the thing that strikes me about it is when you look at the evidence, when you look at the number of witnesses, you know, there were 88 people, possibly as many as 100, who say that they saw smoke or heard shots from the grassy knoll. Most of them weren't interviewed by the Warren Commission. They weren't brought up before the Warren Commission. And there is a lot of evidence that the official government inquiry didn't investigate at the time. And I think a lot of the story that we're telling this Sunday asks that question, why? Why is it that the American people haven't been told about that other evidence?
Well, let's talk about the new information you have suggesting that the wound on the president's neck was actually an entrance wound, not an exit wound. If true, how does that change everything?
Oh, it's basically what it means. If it was an entrance wound, it means that there was at least one other shooter on the grassy knoll, because that's where it's very likely that came from. And I do think, personally, the evidence is compelling. It's quite extraordinary. Witnesses saw puffs of smoke on the day, but I think the thing that really clinched it for me recently was talking to the Secret Service agent, now retired, Paul Landis, who was literally on the limousine running board in the car behind the president. He saw the president's head explode as he was hit by a bullet. And the confronting and shocking thing is that his recollection is that the shot came from the front left, i.e. from the grassy knoll.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Left? The grassy knoll would have been on the front right. I just want to clarify that. That was an error. I also wanted to talk about Robert Groden a little bit. The gentleman that we just saw in that report, if you're not familiar with Bob Groden, he is truly one of the last pioneers who's still around in the JFK research community. Of course, Harold Weisberg died a long time ago. Jim Garrison died 30 years ago. Mark Lane passed away, I think, about 7 years ago. We're losing so many of the greats. And Robert Groden made a tremendous contribution to our understanding of what happened to John F. Kennedy, because, as you know, Life magazine, Time Life, kept the Zapruder film from the public for 12 years after the assassination. The public never had seen anything but a few still photographs that were published in Life magazine in 1963. And then they locked that film away. They were hiding it from the American people. Bob Groden happened to work there as a photographic technician. He got his hands on it, made a bootleg copy. He was a whistleblower. Arguably, it was illegal, but he did it for the public's right to know. And then he took that film to Geraldo Rivera. And at that time, Geraldo, this was 1975, Geraldo was hosting a show called Good Night America, which was a late night talk show kind of thing on ABC. And they showed the Zapruder film for the very first time on national television. And wow, I mean, you can find the video. Actually, it's on YouTube. And it's stunning when you realize that that was the first time anyone outside of a few had actually seen the Zapruder film. And there's an audible gasp from the studio audience at that moment that the third shot, the headshot, hit Kennedy. It was absolutely shocking. So we can thank Robert Groden for that. He was also a consultant on the 1978 Select Committee on Assassinations. Was analyzing a lot of the photographic evidence, and it just doesn't get any better than Bob Groden. I want to say this: Bob Groden has devoted his entire life to this case, and he moved to Dallas, I think some 25 years ago, maybe longer than that. And he's out there now that he's getting older. He can't do it every day, but he used to be out there in Dealey Plaza every single day for years and years and years, and just there to talk to curious passersby, tourists, visitors. If you've ever been to Dealey Plaza, you probably have talked to Robert Groden. He's usually sitting there with his table, and he sells his books, and he just, talks to people about JFK and tries to educate them. And funny thing, November 22nd is his birthday.
Oh boy.
Yeah. There's kind of an interesting factoid about him, and it might explain why the case has always been so important to him. He has literally a very personal connection to it. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, Bruce. What did you think of that clip that we just played?
I was struck by the announcer's comments at the end. It's compared to what anyone can find in books, it's so little, but for a mainstream news show to be that willing to acknowledge, gee, I think it's compelling. Okay, great. Thank you very much. We've come a long way in 60 years. Got the word compelling out of this man. I was in 8th grade when I saw the advertisement, probably in TV Guide, that the Zapruder film was going to be shown for the first time. I didn't know what it was until I read the description. My gosh, it's so I saw that live on Friday, March 6th, 1975, when.
Me too.
Oh,
Me
wow.
too. And my parents actually let me stay up late to watch that. They aired it late at night so that the little kids would see it in prime time. But little kids like you and me, we were interested. And so I had to beg my parents to let me stay up and watch. And they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember being really repulsed by the first time seeing that headshot. And yesterday over Zoom, I saw Robert Groden give a talk at one of the conferences in Dallas that are happening right now.
Saw that.
Yeah, and he said that he's either been ticketed or arrested, probably just ticketed, 82 times.
82 times, yes.
Yeah,
That is
because
true
the
story.
police try to stop him, and this is after, I believe, winning a lawsuit. He sued about the right to
Yes.
use the park and whatever. So
And he
it just-
won. He
yeah,
eventually won
yeah,
that
and he
lawsuit.
won. Yeah, but I think he recently got another ticket though, even though he won the case.
Oh, I didn't know
If
that.
I heard him right, it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
man.
The point is, it's like how you described the 50th anniversary celebration. They
Yeah.
did not want anywhere near the cameras if they could prevent it at the 50th anniversary. People like you and me, I wasn't there. You were working as a reporter. Researchers who wanted to say the official story is just meaningless compared to all that we can find in those things nobody uses anymore, books.
I think they did that on the 50th anniversary, restricting access to the plaza. Of course, they did it to keep all the conspiracy people out, but I really believe that they did it to keep Robert Groden out of Dealey Plaza because he is synonymous with JFK conspiracy research in Dealey Plaza. And at that time, he was still being harassed and ticketed by the city. I think his lawsuit was ongoing against the city at that time for them restricting his right to free speech. And a lot of us in the JFK research community think that that's the whole reason that they did that 10 years ago in Dealey Plaza, saying we don't want that Bob Groden guy here. And it was really the 6th floor museum who was behind the harassment of Robert Groden, because he was out there telling a narrative that was completely different from what they teach at the 6th floor museum, which is the official Warren Commission was right narrative.
Well, a few hours ago, I interviewed Paul Blow on my show, and he's one of the contributors of the JFK assassination chokeholds that inescapably prove there was a conspiracy with James D. Eugenio and a bunch of others.
Matter of fact, Jim D'Eugenio will be our guest next Saturday night right here on Strange Bedfellows to talk about the new book Chokehold and a lot more.
Nice.
He's a friend of the show. He'll be coming back to see us again.
Nice. Well, Paul makes this exact point that his interest began about 10 years ago when he realized that textbooks in schools in Canada and America are still teaching the Warren Commission, as if completely unaware of the number of official investigations that have brought so much differentiating evidence to light that it's a joke. He accuses the American Historical Association of violating their code of conduct, which says in black and white, you're supposed to stay current with new revelations and new discoveries in history. Nope, still the Warren Commission. So he was great to talk to.
And isn't it ironic, Bruce, that because that's kind of what your book is all about the teaching of history backwards words or telling us lies. That's why we called the show tonight JFK 60 Years of Lies. Don't you think it's ironic 60 years later when we see that schools are still teaching the official narrative of this story? Isn't it ironic that the building that's now the 6th floor museum where Oswald supposedly fired the shots was a school book building? It's where they had the school book store for schools around Dallas and around much of the Southwest. That's what they did at the Texas School Book Depository, was they provided school books to the kids.
Yep. And in addition to what evidence I've seen, I haven't studied it to a certainty that the operations there, especially in the school book business on a couple of the floors, there were other businesses on a couple other floors, but the whole thing is a very, very sketchy setup from the ownership of the building, D.H. I think Bird.
D.H. Bird.
And right, a close confidant of many in the military industrial complex and also the oil and LBJ and things like that. So what a sketchy little theater that Texas School Book Depository might have been to some extent.
And they let that building sit there dilapidated and empty for almost 30 years before they did something with it. The School Book Depository moved out within a few years of the assassination, and D.H. Bird, the owner, who had all of these mysterious intelligence connections, he did nothing with the building on this prime real estate in downtown Dallas. But he didn't rent it out, didn't do anything with it, just let it sit there. But there's a fascinating story about Mr. Bird, and I don't know if you've heard this one, but he had the window that Oswald supposedly fired from removed. I think shortly after a few years after the assassination, when the building was closed, he had that window taken out, and it was put in his house. Like when you'd go to his house in his living room, he had this sort of grotesque museum about the JFK assassination, and he loved to show his visitors the actual window, right? The assassin's window. So when you go to the museum today, the window that you see when you tour the museum is actually not the supposed window that Oswald fired the shots from.
Yeah,
And
I've
they
heard
won't
that
let you
referred
get near
to.
it.
Pardon?
They won't let you get near it too. They have that whole window glassed in, and there's boxes stacked up, supposedly like the sniper's nest looked on that day. But you can't go behind the glass. You can't stand at the window so that you can see that the trajectory of that shot was damn near impossible to make.
Yeah,
You can stand in the window next to it,
right,
but
right.
not the window. Because you might also notice that, hey, this isn't the original window.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, also, I think what I saw more than once or twice is they cordoned off that area because unanimously, so people would look out that window and just say, "Well, this looks pretty almost impossible," So
No
they
way.
needed to cordon it off with plexiglass or whatever they've done.
That's right.
And I also have seen it referred to that Bird took it home as kind of a trophy, which I thought, well, that's just trying to cast aspersions. Except you learn that he was a big game hunter, so or maybe it was a trophy of another kill that he was proud of.
So, Bruce, what are you trying to achieve by writing this book?
I'm trying to achieve inspiring people to confirm what's in it and no longer blindly believe the media or the government. Nothing the government or the mainstream media says can be taken at face value. And this was before the medical situation of the last few years, which, like Voldemort, might have to remain nameless. The
Yes,
platform,
we are on YouTube, unfortunately.
that's exactly. So
you gotta
say
be
no
careful.
more. Yep. All right. But that's it, and also in a court of law, I believe they tell juries if a witness is proven to be lying about something, you can't believe anything they've said. So by that measure, oh boy, before the government says this is what you have to do because this is the reason, this just happened and this is who did it. Since 1963, we cannot just swallow that at face value. So that's what I'm trying to achieve, Rick. Just giving everybody a BS detector and trying to inspire them to think for themselves. And hopefully there's plenty in the book that inspires hope, because it's an unrelenting list of the many, many ways we are effed beyond description.
Rick says that on the show all the time. We've even had, we are so screwed.
Yeah.
That's Rick's
So
favorite saying. Is we are so screwed.
You hope it gives people hope. In what sense?
In the sense that I hopefully well describe reasons to have a spiritual imagination and reasons to imagine that we're very, very powerful beings in a completely spiritual, loving, welcoming, encouraging, almost magical realm. That's one level of the hope. The other level of the hope is, for me at least, is all these horrible things aren't happening because all these different groups are filled with hate, trying to kill us and kill each other. They're being orchestrated, paid, bribed, coerced, controlled from a level above the puppets. So it's kind of the satisfaction of Toto and the Wizard of Oz pulling the curtain back, and you're seeing this is what's been doing this to me. And compared to all the people involved with all the banks and corporations that are screwing us, that's a very small number compared to the vast rest of the 8 billion of us. So the hope is that when enough of us know, enough of us could resist in a meaningful way that improves things for us.
So that's an interesting set of dots that you've kind of connected there. How did we get from the JFK thing to bank and corporations controlling us? Can you explain that?
Oh, golly, sure. I'll refer to the books of Jim Marrs, for example. The Rise of the Fourth Reich, talking about all the Nazis we brought over, and his other one, Ruled by Secrecy. Those are just two. He's written many, many others. I think you mentioned Crossfire before, or Lori did.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that about 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, basically with the creation of the Federal Reserve, but before that, leading up to it, the money powers that grew here in America, in large part in partnership with the Rothschilds of England, co-opted our major institutions at the beginning of around the beginning of the 1900s. Media, magazines, newspapers, the radios, and also then universities. And then they also created some big organizations, think tanks, and other institutions like the Council on Foreign Relations. To this particular, some concrete examples. Those kind of banks over on Wall Street, for instance, Brown Brothers Harriman, the Harriman family, Averell Harriman, and his lawyers, the Dulles brothers, were involved with funding not only the Bolsheviks in Russia, but also the fledgling Nazi Party up through the 1920s and 30s. So at the end of World War II, when we brought over thousands of Nazis, and a separate kind of deal was negotiated secretly, illegally, behind Roosevelt's back by Allen Dulles with Richard Gehlen, the head of intelligence for Nazi Germany, I believe, to come into our fold and then just keep working against the Soviet Union. Roosevelt wanted peace with the Soviet Union, and he wanted peace for the whole world. But after he died in 1945, they were able to control Truman to a greater extent and continue the takeover of the world now through the United States of America and transforming us into a national security state of almost impenetrable, unaffectable proportions. That's that's where we are, and that's what Kennedy's assassination really is an example of. And it was just business as usual. It was just another regime change. They started doing it in the 50s with Guatemala and an attempt, I believe, in Indonesia and Iran in 1953, Guatemala 54. And by the time the early 60s came around, this is Kennedy, was completely at variance with their horrible goals and objectives. And he was
So can we
really
just pause
turning
there
it
for a minute
around.
and just to kind of clarify? So what do you think that is saying then, or what are you saying about the United States after World War II? Are you suggesting that it had become a Nazi state?
It was on its way after World War II, and I think we're there now. If a Nazi state is fascism, and fascism has the definition of fascism given by Benito Mussolini in the 20s or 30s, he said it's the blending of corporate and state power.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim Marrs said, in Nazi Germany, the state took over the corporations. In America, the corporations have taken over the state. The result is the same. And so it's serving the rich, the owners, the elite, you want to call them, the oligarchs, the 1%. That's who it's serving.
These partnerships between corporations and the state. It's like an economic fascism.
Absolutely. And Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s campaign has a lot of excitement because he's really preaching and teaching this to a very specific extent. He describes the regulatory capture of our regulatory agencies in partnership now with the industries like the pharmaceutical industry that they're supposed to be regulating, and food production. You have a lot of their budgets come from the companies they're supposed to be regulating. So they're rubber stamping toxic food and toxic drugs, and we're the lab rats, the guinea pigs. He recently said in an interview that during the Kennedy's administration in the 60s, I think he said 6% of Americans were overweight. Well, today he said 75% of Americans are overweight and 45% are obese. And it's because we're eating food. This is my understanding. We're eating food that has no nutritional content. It's literally a foreign object to our bodies and metabolism. And nature, in its amazingness, we don't know what it is, we're going to keep it. We may need it. It may be good, it not be bad. So all these fat people in the most impoverished neighborhoods in the United States, many say they're fat, they're enormous, they're obese, but they're starving because there's no nutrition in their food. That's why they can't stop eating.
And so you started this portion of the conversation talking about the Rothschilds and the Federal Reserve, and who is it that you think kind of controls the economy now? Who's behind all of that?
It seems to me that it's global money and serving an agenda that integrated with the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, in cahoots with the City of London and the European Union, and all those. If you go up through the top of those, I believe there's a finite number of families or institutions that have their fingers in all those pies, and from them come the puppets who implement and justify the anti-human, anti-health, anti-national sovereignty, anti-sane policies, all to the end of driving us mad as they exploit and impoverish us. And it's really all happened inside a battle, in my opinion, from my reading of history and hanging on every word of historians like Anton Chaikin and folks at the RisingTideFoundation.net, Matthew Ehret and his wife Cynthia Chung, teaching the battle between the forces of empire who want to colonize. Britain was our example, in the 1700s. Keep production and manufacturing and wealth production to themselves, and enslave the rest of the world as colonies, as serfs and slaves.
Globalists, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
It's just
globalists, right? Who want to
yeah.
who want to obliterate any strength or power in national sovereignty or sovereign nations, and exploit the planet for the cheapest labor. And now with technology, there's lots in play. It looks intended to do two things.
So
sicken and kill. Let me finish the sentence.
Sure.
Sicken and kill as many of us as possible, because they just don't need this many workers and humans anymore.
And who in your estimation are the globalists?
It goes back to the World Economic Forum, those kind of folks. It goes back to the plotters who put all this in place. World War II, after World War II, is a great peg for it. It's a lot to do with the Rockefeller and all those influences around them. And you could study the history of the Council on Foreign Relations, started in 1921, the Trilateral Commission, 1973. But if anyone wanted to dig into it, there's a great book. Oh my gosh, it's right here on my desk. Battling Wall Street, the Kennedy Presidency by Donald Gibson. This is the one book I would put in every mailbox in America if I could, because it talks about Kennedy standing up, Rick, to these forces that we're talking about right now.
It seems like all of this somehow funnels into today's reality, and even the conflict we're seeing between Israel and Hamas, the creation of Israel, and the narrative that or the story that you're sharing with us tonight seems to mesh. I mean, I'm hearing it from a lot of different people and a lot of different sides. The thing that I think keeps coming back full circle is the word Zionists. Is that fair in your estimation?
As far as what's happening now in Israel. Are you aware of an independent writer named Jeremy Hammond?
I'm familiar with the name, but I can't say I know his work.
Well, you're welcome. JeremyRHammond.com. Dude, he's been studying and writing about the Israeli-Palestine conflict for 15 years now, I think.
Okay.
And I've interviewed him twice, I think. I've read a lot of his things. And he just lays out the simple chronology of Zionism is nothing more than the idea that there should be a Jewish nation. Okay. So we have to hear, and how that was imposed on that land over there after World War II. And he exposes the mainstream story that quote unquote, the United Nations created Israel. And Jeremy Hammond teaches how, no, it did no such thing. In May 1948, the leaders of the Jews in Palestine just said, we are Israel now, and started violently moving people out of their homes.
And the Jewish lobby in America through AIPAC and Israel and Netanyahu. Is it your assertion that today, and forgive me, I didn't read all 5,600 pages of your book. It was pretty big. Okay, I started to read it today. I was going to try and speed read it. I didn't get through all 5,600 pages.
You've got the wrong book, Rick.
Okay, I downloaded the wrong one.
I think you ordered the wrong book.
It's 175 pages.
I don't know what the hell I was reading then, but on the Kindle thing, it said it was 5,600 pages long. I was like, what the heck is this?
Did the cover
anyway,
look
I
like
read
this?
some of it.
Did the cover look like this?
It did look like that. I paid the fee on Amazon. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
I want the royalties.
I downloaded Vincent Guglielsi's book, for heaven's sake.
So now I guess what we're looking at, and give me your thoughts on this. How does all of this play out? Are we looking then at a turning or a flipping of the script here of some kind, where the Zionists, the AIPAC, the Jewish lobby in America is kind of the tail wagging the American dog?
I just interviewed Anton Chaikin also today, historian, and he made this point. The United States is arming and allowing and funding Israel for years and years and years, and even since October 7th. And when the United States insists on peace, that's when things will improve over there. When the United States wants things to improve over there, it's got that kind of influence over Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I know that whole train of thought, and I've heard a lot of people make compelling, arguments that Israel wags us as the tail. AIPAC, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't have anything, to uncertainty about that. And I have almost nothing in my book about Israel. My book came out 2 years ago. Came out. So I wrote during the first year of the medical crisis, and there's a chapter in here called COVID-19. But I am following, since October 7th,
Mm-hmm.
and
it's just biggest... when you talk the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and there's this connecting of the dots to the United States, thousands of Nazis coming over after World War II, and you just said that the United States is basically a Nazi nation now, and but it's strange that the United States would be the protector of Israel at this time, and yet I'm hearing people now refer to Israel as being the new Nazis. And maybe always were the Nazis who are controlling what you've already said, which is the pharmaceutical industry and media and so on. And I'm hearing that exact same narrative really from both sides of the political spectrum now. And really what you're sitting here sharing with us tonight really concerns me, because it's exactly that kind of rhetoric that has people out into the streets at each other's throats, ready to kill each other. And I'm not sure how healthy this is for the nation. So I'm kind of wondering what the hell it is that you're really trying to achieve by writing this stuff in your book and sharing it with us here tonight, because I keep hearing it over and over again, and it's tearing the country apart at the seams. Not just your country, but my country, and frankly, the whole goddamn world. And it seems like we're not just repeating history, we're continuing history here with this narrative that really puts the Jews out there in harm's way because of this exact kind of rhetoric. And as I read some of your book today, and then I went and I watched some of your interviews, the rhetoric that you're spreading, I think, is coming from, honestly, the far left woke side, which is exactly the shit that we're seeing out on the streets, which is really what you're kind of promoting. And I don't know if you're even realizing you're doing it, but that's exactly what's going on. And it explains very clearly to me, I can see with extreme clarity, how the people on the left side suddenly became, anti-Jew. And they're really taking up the same mantle and doing exactly the same things that these neo-Nazis are doing. And so the rhetoric that honestly you're spreading, the shit you just said here on this show, is the exact same crap that I'm hearing from fucking neo-Nazis. And I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's exactly the shit that you just spewed on this program. Please explain your fucking self, because I'm sick of hearing about it, because that shit has honestly resulted in people dying, not just in the Gaza Strip, not just in Israel, but right here on North American soil. So please fucking explain yourself, because I saw this coming a mile away. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
I don't care to keep talking to you, Rick.
Well, then you're free to leave, sir.
I did not expect that kind of...
I didn't expect it tonight either, Bruce. But I mean, I don't know. And maybe you don't realize what you've been doing. But, whether I'm seeing it online, and that's exactly what's happening. And respectfully, sir, the Rothschilds, The Rockefellers, it's the Jews, right? It's always coming back to the Jews.
I didn't say it was the Jews.
No, because you're choosing your words very carefully and cloaking your message. But that's exactly what you've done. And all of this stuff, all of this conspiracy theory, on and on and on, it's really very anti-American. And I think in your particular case, what you're promoting is maybe a different political ideology. But honestly, I'm seeing it all come full circle, and it's exactly. In fact, I've got another podcast running in my other ear from what is really a very, I hate to use the left and the right, but it's basically a bunch of neo-Nazis, and I'm listening to them right now on another channel, and it's the exact same shit.
Maybe you've confused it with what I said.
Perhaps I would.
No,
Bruce,
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. It's exactly the same stuff. I just don't maybe think you realize what you're talking, what you've done.
Can you
Perhaps you
imagine?
can clarify.
Please do. You know, I'm giving the floor to you, but it's very upsetting to me because I'm seeing people placed in harm's way. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but I find this stuff extremely distasteful. So please explain, and maybe we can find some common ground.
At your age, you should know what disrespect sounds like because you're filled with it. And you didn't hear well what I said at all.
Then please explain yourself. I'm all ears.
No, you'd really have to apologize to me, Rick, because I'm not here to be talked to.
You explain yourself, and if you explain yourself clearly and in a way that I can understand, that makes sense and is coherent, then I will apologize. But until then, I'll reserve judgment.
I will apologize, Bruce, if Rick has offended you. On Strange
Don't apologize for me, Lori.
We often have
not ever
clashing points of view.
Don't ever do it for me.
We often have clashing
do not
points of view.
speak for me.
Yeah,
No, I
but
don't.
you know, there's a level of courtesy and respect.
As the host, I
that
would like to be courteous. Yes.
I'm sorry.
We try to be courteous here on Strange Bedfellows. That's kind of the point of the show, is we bring people together with opposed points of view, and we try to have a civil conversation. So
until the other night when you signed off on the Nazi that was on the other program, so you know, it works that way. But what about this way?
Well, I was civil to him, but I just didn't want to dialogue. It's difficult to dialogue with the Nazi.
I accepted an invitation to have a conversation with Lori. If you leave, Rick, I'm happy to talk to Lori.
Well, a co-host on the program, and you're running on my platforms as well right now, Bruce. So if you want to kick me off the show, is that what you're saying?
I'm inviting you to leave or bidding you farewell, and I'll leave.
It's up to Lori. What do you want to do, Lori?
Well, of course, I want you to stay, Bruce. I wasn't expecting the conversation to take that kind of a turn. Of course, I'd like you both to stay. Rick is my friend and my co-host. And he has very strong views, and so do you. And I think the whole point of the show is to hash it out. And if Rick is wrong in his characterization of your point of view, I hope you'll stay with Rick.
I'll stay with Rick if he gives me a sincere apology for talking the way he did.
I'm giving you the floor to express yourself and respond to what I've said. After I've heard what you've had to say, I'll respond to that. And if an apology is in order, I would be happy to provide that. But I need to hear what you have to say to what I've suggested to you.
And I know you don't know Rick yet, Bruce. This is the first time you two have met. I do want to say Rick is a good man. And if he is in error, he will tender that apology.
I'll stay if I hear a sincere apology, Rick.
I'm waiting.
Lori, I look forward to further communication with you.
I understand, Bruce. Disappointed, but I understand. That's okay. We can continue this conversation sometime, maybe on your show.
I'll tell you what. I'll do you the courtesy, Bruce, of taking you off my channels. I'll sign off. You two can continue. It's unfortunate that you don't feel that you have the intellectual capacity to respond to what I've said to you.
But I can apologize for that insult too.
Nope. I've given you the opportunity to respond in a calm and proper way, and you're just refusing to respond to what I've said. And if you can't respond, then I guess you have no answer.
My answer is you owe me an apology.
No, I don't. Not right now, I don't. Not if you can't explain yourself.
In
'Cause I heard-
fairness,
I
if
heard
I
what I
may,
heard.
if I may, gentlemen, I think that perhaps, Rick, you could at least apologize for swearing at him.
I'll apologize for swearing at you, Bruce. Do
You've
apologize
insulted
for
my
that.
intelligence, and you unleashed an angry barrage at someone you're meeting for the first time, someone who's a guest in your world, your platform, your home, a guest.
Mhm.
And the way you talk to me, I need an apology for more than just the swearing.
I stand where I stand. I'm waiting for a response. And then
Well, you
after
said-
that, as Lori said, if an apology is in order, I'd be happy to provide that.
That
said
seems
something-
fair.
You said so. Thank you, Lori. You said something about leaving, so Lori and I continue the conversation.
I did indeed. I bid you adieu.
Rick, you going to take off? Maybe
I
you
guess
can come back and join
in
us
order to
later.
in order to be courteous, yes, I will. And have a great night. And sorry that we got off on a bad foot there, Bruce. It's unfortunate that we couldn't hash this out.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I truly am. This
We're here
war,
now.
you know, this subject really does rile up the passions, and everyone is very, very passionate right now. Bruce, I know you don't know Rick. I've been working with him for a couple of years here at Maverick News, and I love the guy. And Rick and I disagree sometimes. We've had to apologize to each other on a few occasions when we
This
got
has been a Maverick
sideways.
multimedia production.
I don't ask.
Let's do it.
I don't ask for apologies.